Once upon a time, business as usual was often good enough. No more. Where we are going, good enough is dead. In a world where everything is connected, where everything is equally excellent, where performance is reaching perfection, there's only one space left to innovate in: you. Right now, you are a central point in the raging tornado of change fueled by digitization, mobilization, augmentation, disintermediation, automation. Well, the list goes on. Science fiction is becoming science fact. Think about self-driving cars or computers that can learn and think. The way we work will never be the same. The skills we need will be dramatically different. Winning or losing are now happening faster than ever before. So what's your response? How will you discover new opportunities in one of the most transformational times in human history? Are you driving change, or are you being driven by it? Disruption has become the new normal. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. This change is exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. Cars, cities, ports, farms, even our bodies will be wired with sensors and will talk to each other. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. However, anything that cannot be digitized or automated will become extremely valuable. Human-only traits such as creativity, imagination, intuition, emotion, and ethics will be even more important in the future, because machines are very good at simulating, but not at being. Yes, robots and software will do some of our work, but this will allow us to focus on things that cannot be automated. To imagine change squared, you've got to start engaging more with what might be, not just with what is. Immerse yourself in the immediate future, 5 to 7 years out from today. We need to go beyond technology and data to reach human insights and wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about holistic business model. The opportunity is to be liquid, to learn just in time, not just in case, not single improvements, but complete transformations, not individual systems, but new ecosystems. Humanity is where true and lasting value is created. We will engage, relate, and buy things because of the experiences they provide, because of their transformative power. The future doesn't just happen. The future gets happened. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future is in technology, yet the bigger future lies in transcending it. Let's live and lead from here.
For businesses adjusting to a new normal, digital transformation is the way forward. Thus, the role of an accountant is essential to the success of business organizations. A very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We warmly welcome you all to the 6th International Conference for Researchers and Educators, ICARE 2020, under the theme of Reimagine Business Models with Digitization, Role of an Accountant in New Normal. To officially start the proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the University Anthem.
Desakitu gosa urumaya sur සුරකින සියත් සුවඳ විදු කිරණ බෙදා දෙන සරාසඳ කිවිදු ලකර උදාගිර කැලණිය සරසවි මාතා කැලණිය සරසවි මාතා සයුරවි දැඩ නුවණ දෙන සත් සිළුමිනවි ඉසුරු සලාලන දැයේ ජීව උල්පදවන් නොසිඳෙන කැලණිය සරසවි මාතා කැලණිය සරසවි මාතා සිය දෙස කිතු ගොස උරුමය සුරකින සියත් සුවඳ විදු කිරණ බෙදා දෙන සරාසඳ කිවිදු ලකර උදාගිර කැලණිය සරසවි මාතා කැලණිය සරසවි මාතා සිත සුරියක් පිවිතුරු නැනගුණ යුගයෙන් යුගයට ඇයට පිළිනතර කරු පිරිවර සහ මුළු ලොව සරසන කැලණිය සරසවි මාතා විදු අම්බරේ බැබලේවා සිය දෙස කිතු ගොස උරුමය සුරකින සියත් සුවඳ විදු කිරණ බෙදා දෙන සරාසඳ කිවිදු ලකර උදාගිර කැලණිය සරසවි මාතා විදු අම්බරේ බැබලේවා
Thank you all. To mark the commencement of ICARE 2020, I would like to invite Dr. Kamal Tilakasiri, Head Department of Accountancy, Chair ICARE 2020, to welcome the gathering.
Digital transformation goes far beyond just technology. It includes your infrastructure, business processes, content management, and customer experience, extending across your entire organization. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You all are welcome to the 6th International Conference for Accounting Researchers and Educators 2020. Today is a very special day to Department of Accountancy. As a team, we annually organize this ICARE with the participation of academics and professional firms of the country. This is the 6th consecutive year that we organize this conference. This time, the theme of the conference is Reimagine Business Models with Digitalization, Role of an Accountant in New Normal. When the quarantine first began, most companies were caught off guard. The immediate need was to set up a remote workforce, with some organizations handling these transitions better than others. The business world, as we know it, has seen unprecedented change during 2020, with businesses of all sizes across all sectors unexpectedly forced into change just to survive. It remains unclear how long the disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic will last, but it will pass in time. Accountants are, by nature, problem solvers, making sense of this insight to steer the business through a time of risk and uncertainty. As the COVID-19 crisis hit, accountants were at the forefront of ensuring that businesses and the wider economy kept going, making sure that cash continued to flow over the short and medium term. As we begin to rebuild and work towards recovery, accountants will continue to play a vital role in making sure that businesses can evolve in the new normal. Ladies and gentlemen, Department of Accountancy organized this ICARE conference 5 years ago in 2015. But this time, it was challenging to organize this because of this COVID-19 pandemic. However, accepting the challenge is our department's passion. We decided to hold this on a virtual platform. As the head of the department and the chair of the ICARE 2020, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this occasion. First, I would like to welcome our chief guest, Senior Professor Nilanthi De Silva, Vice Chancellor, University of Kelaniya, to this occasion. Madam, your presence here is highly appreciated. Secondly, I welcome guest of honor, Dr. Narada Panandu, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies, on this occasion. Sir, your guidance and immense support is encouraged to development of the departmental academic activities. Next, Chairman, Research Council, Senior Professor Sunil Chandra. Sir, your participation is also appreciating to this occasion. We are proud to announce today that the keynote of this conference, Associate Professor Tracy Ann De Silva, Lincoln University, New Zealand. On behalf of the Department of Accountancy, I would like to welcome you for this conference. Next, I would like to welcome all heads of the departments, professors, senior lecturers, presenters, session chairs, panel members, all non-academic staff, students, and all participants. You all are welcome for the ICARE 2020. And I wish everyone to have a fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Vasanthi Madura Peruma, Conference Co-Chair, to give a brief introduction to ICARE 2020.
Professor Nilanthi De Silva, Chief Guest, Vice Chancellor, University of Kelaniya. Dr. P.N.D. Fernando, Guest of Honor, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies. Professor Tracy Ann De Silva, Keynote Speaker, Head, Department of Financial and Business Systems, Lanka University, New Zealand. Professor N.P. Sunil Chandra, Chairman, Research Council, University of Kelaniya. All head of departments, Head, Department of Accountancy, all ICARE committee members, my dear colleagues, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome you all to the 6th International Conference for Accounting Researchers and Educators, ICARE 2020. Thank you all for joining us at inaugural virtual conference. First, I hope you and your families have been coping well in these challenging times. The pandemic has taken a toll nearly everybody. Nevertheless, most of us are trying to make the best of it, creating and innovating where we need and we can. That is also the case with our annual conference. 6 years ago, I remembered just like yesterday, I delivered my welcome address as a trust conference chair. Then it was the norm for presenters to attend conferences in person. That time, virtual conferences were rare. Today, due to COVID-19 pandemic, it is the norm to hold virtual meetings and conferences. Today, some of you may have logged in to our virtual conference from your office. Some may be attending the conference from your home. We all have had to adapt to the evolving COVID-19 situation. This year, the ICARE team of the Department of Accountancy, led by the Dean of the Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies and the Head Department of Accountancy, has done a fantastic job in creating the opportunity for us to get together virtually. It is in the fact a good opportunity to see what good things can come from this new way of interacting with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that accounting and auditing profession has had to quickly adapt to the new ways of working when started as an infection turned into the global pandemic in March this year. Over the last few months, many audit and accounting practitioners have taken immediate actions to address the challenges arising from the crisis. They have stepped up to support to their clients, helping them to overcome the complexities arising from the crisis. In a way, the pandemic has created more opportunities for the accounting profession to perform their role as trusted advisors to businesses and expand their services to include more advisory work. For better or worse, COVID-19 is here to stay for the foreseeable future. It is therefore important for practitioners to think beyond short-term responses and transform themselves to thrive in post-COVID world. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of today's conference is Reimagine Business Model with Digitalization, Role of an Accountant in New Normal. Our aim is to provide you with the tools and knowledge that will help you build resilience in your accounting and auditing practices and thrive in challenging times. Starting with the panel discussion on precisely on this topic. Our panelists at the technical forum will share insight on how auditing and accounting firms can respond to the COVID-19 crisis and pivot their practices for sustainability and growth. COVID-19 impact on financial reporting and auditing is complex. With the pandemic, there is a tremendous uncertainty about the economy and the future, impacting businesses in varying degrees. Hence, 2020 audit will present new issues that may not have been encountered in prior audits. To help you to understand these issues, this year's conference includes 4 parallel sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know that businesses must continue, though they all have to change their business model. Many old models do not work anymore. Challenges presented by COVID-19 means we must seize new opportunities and draw lessons from the pandemic in order to improve the value of accounting profession and transform the industry to the new normal. Many businesses may emerge or have emerged from the COVID timeout at ground zero. From this foundation, they must rebuild and grow by responding to the changing environment with adaptability and agility. The alternative is to do nothing, change nothing, and be nothing. It is today's conference. We have excellent speakers who are ready to share their thoughts with you under the theme of Reimagine business model with digitalization. Ladies and gentlemen, the road ahead may have its challenges, but it holds untapped opportunities. As the leading department of the Faculty of Commerce and Management, the Department of Accountancy has organized this conference to bring all academics, practitioners, and professionals to one platform. Our keynote speaker, panelists, and academic paper presenters will spark new thoughts with you and equip you with the knowledge for what is ahead. Before I end my speech, I'm very thankful to Professor Tracy and Silva, Head Department of Financial and Business Systems, Lanka University, New Zealand, for taking time off her busy schedule to deliver the keynote address. I would like to thank all the speakers and panelists for being part of this event. Lastly, I wish to thank all the members of the Department of Accountancy, members of the ICARE team, our supporters, media partners, our sponsors for helping to ensure the success of this virtual conference. It is my hope that ICARE 2020 will be able to bring more while managing the challenges of the COVID-19 crisis in order to support the nation's recovery and nation's building. With this note, I wish everybody a productive conference. While at conference, share your thoughts, contribute to discussions, and advance your knowledge. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite the guest of honor of the day, Dr. Narada Fernando, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies, to address the gathering.
Very good morning to all of you. Senior Professor Nilanthi De Silva, Vice Chancellor, University of Kelaniya, as well as Chief Guest of ICARE 2020. And Professor Tracy and De Silva, Keynote Speaker of the conference. Dr. Kamal Tilakasiri, Conference Chair and Head of the Department of Accountancy. Dr. Vasanthi Madura Peruma, Co-Chair of the conference. And Ms. Navini Pereira, Conference Secretary. Deans of the faculties, Chairman of the University Research Council, Heads of Department, Professors, academic members, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to address you all in this morning in the Department of Accountancy Conference, ICARE 2020. So in Management Faculty, Kelaniya University, we are having 5 departments. So all of them are so much dedicated to increase the quality of education and research in Sri Lanka and in the university system. And at the same time, Department of Accountancy, they came up with a different model. So they combined and connected with professional institutions, locally as well as globally, and came up with ICARE conference. So where they build the platform to connect with academicians and professionals in developing new knowledge. So that is what we need. So thank you very much, Department of Accountancy, head of the department, and members of the Department of Accountancy for their effort to bring all the professionals and academicians into one platform to discuss about burning issues or maybe unsolved issues in this world. So when we think about this time topic they have selected, that regaining business models with digitalization, role of an accountant in new normal. So that's also very challenging. So we all know that these days everything is changing. We are discussing about new normal situation. So we are discussing about converting manual systems to and manual processes to digital and providing information. So that may be the main part of accountant. So all these things are challenging. So then how we can convert so these traditional business models into a digital world, or the requirement of this distance mode of gathering. So the automation, most of the people, they think that that is the mechanism of removing people from the system. But rather than moving away from people, so it will reduce repetitions. It will create some efficiency so with the system. So that's why we are going from automation and using technology. So even the technology can offer businesses so much more than the improving existing processes, expanding sales and marketing channels. If you think about companies such as Netflix, Google, or Uber, so they have not changed the business model even, but they have changed the entire industry. So that is the specialty. So the responsibility of accountant providing all these informations to their CEOs or their organization, that is the important point. So if we are not providing correct information, which is needed for decision making, the entire organization so will be in a danger. Because especially the situation create the industry or in the economy, it doesn't matter how big you are, but it is the case how fast you can grab these old changes. So if you are not moving fast, if you are not going with the technology which is changing every day, every time, so your organization may be in history. So that may be a manufacturer, that may be a service provider, even that may be a university. If we are not moving with the changes in the economy or the industry, so we cannot embrace or we cannot produce more competent graduates. So that is the nature. So anyway, that world is going for these changes and they are embracing all these things. And our businesses, they are looking in future to come with these changes and they are investing. So once again, the financial manager, the accountant's role becoming more and more important. So with all these things, so when Department of Accountancy came with the theme of or the role of accountant in this changing environment, that is much more important. So I think they link it with the professional institutions and industry. They can decide or they can discuss. So what are the ways we can develop for the future and how we can create more opportunities with these challenges. So once again, I want to thank Department of Accountancy for organizing this conference. And finally, as the Dean of the Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies, I want to thank all the presenters and participants to the ICARE for the 6th consecutive time. And I hope that the day will fruitful to all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are indeed privileged to have the presence of our chief guest of the day, Professor Nilanthi De Silva, Vice Chancellor, University of Kelaniya. Dear Madam, we cordially invite you to address the gathering.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dean of the Faculty, Dr. Narada Fernando, Head of the Department, Dr. Tilakasiri, Keynote Speaker, academic staff, students, distinguished invitees, and conference participants. May I start with thanking the department for inviting me to speak a few words here this morning. While I was seated there, I was looking at the title and telling myself that there are two words in there that seem kind of contradictory to me. And the two words that I looked at were reimagine and accountant. And that is because I always, I am not an accountant. I don't come from the field of commerce and management studies. My perception, my image of an accountant is somebody who is very factual, technical, who looks at facts as they are presented. And imagination, reimagining involves a different dimension, something that I usually look in terms of, see in terms of creativity, which is associated with the humanities very often. But I think within this theme, you have brought together a very important concept that in this era of digital disruption, of innovation, disruptive innovations as they frame it, and increasing digitalization, all of which has been kind of catalyzed and precipitated by this COVID-19 crisis, the pandemic that we are all having to deal with and cope with and see things in a new way. The need for the human element of creativity and the ability to imagine new ways of doing things is becoming increasingly important. And so the need for us to merge, to look at both those perspectives. And I think the keynote speaker at your conference last week also highlighted that issue of how in using technology, in information technology and digitalization, we need to take in that human element, factor in the human element in many different ways. And so I congratulate the Department of Accountancy. I know that you have been doing tremendous work. You have within a faculty that is also very energetic and active in developing new programs of study, developing better ways of teaching and learning activities and research as a university entity. The Department of Accountancy has played a lead role in that. And I'm glad to see that you are continuing with what you have been doing in having this conference, which has been running now for 5 years, that you have taken on the challenge of offering it in a virtual platform without letting the COVID pandemic disrupt your regular pattern. So I congratulate the department and the conference organizers, and I wish all of the participants, I noticed that there are like nearly 200 people on the Zoom platform. I wish all of you a fruitful day's deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Next, we would like to invite Professor N.P. Sunil Chandra, Chairman, Research Council, University of Kelaniya, to share his views with us.
Good morning to all of you. Chief guest, Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilanthi De Silva. Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Dr. Arthur Fernando. Deans of other faculties. The distinguished keynote speaker and the conference chair, Dr. Kamal Tilakasiri. Distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege to speak few words at the inauguration of the 6th International Conference on Accounting Researchers and Educators, ICARE 2020, which is organized by the Department of Accountancy, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies. I like to take this opportunity to thank organizers for inviting me, and also thank distinguished speakers, presenters who will talk about their research findings. University of Kelaniya encourage academics to carry out high quality research through the Research Council by various research support schemes. Senate honors for publishing articles in index journals, funding to hold conferences, and also providing travel grants to present their research among those supporting schemes. It is also proud to mention that your faculty is the highest income generating faculty of the university with highest number of fee living courses. When we talk about research, the faculty has highest number of conferences in the university with the output of highest number of research dissertations of final year students and published abstracts. Research culture of the faculty has taken another step by improving the quality of research as demonstrated by the increasing number of Scopus index research articles. Department of Accountancy is no exception. Your research not only help solve practical problems and bring about material improvements via novel and improved product and services. I hope the 6th International Conference of Accounting Researchers and Educators 2020 will provide stage for all speakers and presenters to present their research, share opinion, and to establish national and international collaborations. I congratulate Dean of the faculty, head of the department, conference chair, and the organizing committee of this conference for organizing this conference successfully under new normal conditions. I wish you a productive and pleasant conference. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Let me introduce the keynote speaker of the conference. Professor Tracy Ann De Silva is an Associate Professor in Accounting at Lincoln University in Christchurch, New Zealand. She has a PhD in Environmental Accounting, a BCom Honours in Accounting, and a Bachelor of Commerce and Management in Accounting. She teaches primarily in the area of Management Accounting and supervises postgraduate research students in areas related to sustainability, corporate governance, and working capital management. Her research interests include corporate social responsibility, sustainability practices and value creation, and sustainability reporting and performance. Professor Tracy Ann's research often focuses on small and medium-sized enterprises in a variety of industries using mainly qualitative methods. Her research outputs include international peer-reviewed conference papers and presentations, international peer-reviewed journal articles, and an edited book. With great honor, I would like to invite Professor Tracy Ann De Silva to deliver the keynote speech.
Kia ora, welcome. Thank you for that lovely introduction and the warm welcome that I have received this morning. I was trying to actually get my video going, but it's not allowing me to start. So I don't know if the host at that end can get my video going for me.
We can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. So I was trying to get the video going, but it does say to me that the host of the meeting has stopped video. So if anyone is able to turn that on, please do. Otherwise, I will continue to talk and you can hear me anyway. So good morning, everyone. Kia ora, which is a Maori introduction, a Maori welcome to you all, and a good morning to all distinguished guests and all participants at the conference. As was said in the introduction, my name is Tracy Ann De Silva, and I am an Associate Professor in Accounting at Lanka University in New Zealand. There we go, we've got some video. I would like to thank the conference organisers for inviting me to be part of the 6th International Conference for Accounting Researchers and Educators, and for their commitment to making this conference happen in 2020. Well done, or ka pai. I must say, I really enjoy your conference acronym, ICARE. I think that's just the most amazing conference acronym you can have, especially in 2020. In line with the conference theme, the topic for my presentation today is the role of accountants in the new normal. As educators, we need to understand the potential careers our graduates will have and the technologies that they will need to use. As researchers, we need to understand the business environments that are the subject of our research. This makes the conference theme highly topical to us all. In the next 15 minutes or so, I would like to share with you my views on the opportunities that exist for accounting, accountants, and the profession as a result of societal changes, a changing business environment, and digitalization, i.e., what's going to happen in the new normal. So a key question to answer is, what is normal? When we consider this, we need to think about what is normal for the business environment, as well as what is normal for accountants. When you think of business, do you think of this? I'm going to show you some other images, and I want you to think about, when you hear the word business, what do you think of? What do you picture? Okay. Is it what is on the screen? Is it something different? Is business about people? Is it now something you do on your phone? And you may have some different images of business. Now I invite you to think about an image that represents accountant. And your Vice Chancellor had an image in her mind earlier this morning. And perhaps that is your image, and maybe it's something different. And I'll run through a few images that might resonate with you. So what is an accountant? Is it any of these things? It could be all of these things and more. Perhaps it was these things at one time, but isn't now. What we know with change is that it's constant. The world is always changing. The only thing that's constant is change. We know that our normal changes over time. This is not a new thing. The new normal happens all the time. We know that 2021 is not the same as 2020. We know that 2020 was not the same as 2019. But we also know that normal looks different over time for many reasons. And it's those reasons that we want to explore. So there are a number of changes to our normal that have happened. Technology is one of those. Think abacus to calculator. Technology had a play in that. What about digitalization? Ledger book, accounting software, and now accounting software that you can do on a laptop or a mobile phone anywhere. What other changes to our normal have happened? The internet. We had desktop software. We now have cloud software. What about disruption? And there are many examples in many industries of disruption. And then a personal favorite of mine, sustainability and corporate social responsibility. All of these things change our normal, and they change our normal all the time. We just don't always notice it. So what's happened in recent years is that our normal has happened, or it has changed rather, much faster. And we've seen that in 2020. We've seen this accelerated progress of digitalization and disruption. Our normal is changing more quickly and more substantially as time passes. And that's what we've got to get used to. So let's think about the new normal. Accountants and us as educators and researchers have an opportunity. We have a choice to make. And I believe that choice is do the same things differently or do different things. If we look at each of these choices in turn, if we were to do the same things differently, let's take an example like bookkeeping and compliance reporting. Technology has replaced much of that task. However, technology has also made it easy for anyone to do these tasks. So we need to consider what is the value add of an accountant doing bookkeeping and compliance reporting. Is that the best use of an accountant's skill and their time? Our second choice is to do different things. Accountants have the opportunity to redefine their role. They have a choice to make about the future. So let's think now, what does that mean then for accountants? Now, there have been some studies and there's been some documentation and research out there that says that as a result of technology, artificial intelligence, robotics, and digitalization, accountants will no longer exist. Digitalization will be the death of accountants. There have also been some studies that say that this will happen by 2028. I personally do not believe that to be true. Technology can look after the data. That is true. Artificial intelligence, robotics, digitalization transforms the role of an accountant, but it does not necessarily replace it. Accountants will still exist, but a key thing to note is that the job will be different. Change will happen, and it is happening now. We need to keep up. Digitalization means accountants can focus more on being a trusted advisor and business partner, and in supporting management in their decision making. I believe that the value add to a business will be accountants who can maintain relationships, interpret numbers, communicate story, and improve business performance. This is where I believe an accountant can value add. And this is where I see the shift of accountants in the new normal. This means there will be more soft skill intensive roles for accountants. that has an implication on the capabilities that accountants will need. Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand have recently developed a capability model to inform and guide the development of the accounting profession. In the process of developing this capability model, they looked at other professional bodies around the world, including those in the Global Accounting Alliance. So you've possibly seen similar capability models or discussions around capabilities. But the Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand capability model is structured around 4 domains. And those domains are on the screen: technical, business, leadership, and personal. If we look at each of those in turn, so the technical domain, that is the domain that focuses on things like tax, financial planning, superannuation, audit and assurance, insolvency, corporate finance, reporting. The things that we know that accountants do, the things that we're used to accountants doing. But let's look at these other domains. The second domain, business. Business domain focuses on communication, collaboration and relationships, problem solving and decision making, a customer focus, digital acumen, and data analysis. Thinking now about leadership, this is around agility and change, leading others, driving results, a future focus, innovation, and governance and risk. And then the final domain is the personal domain: ethics and integrity, critical thinking and judgment, adaptive mindset, self-management and learning, and regard for others. That's a lot of capabilities that accountants and the accounting profession need to create. Those capabilities that future accountants need to have an implication for us as educators. Do we sufficiently contribute to developing these capabilities in our students? Do our graduates leave with a foot in the right direction, a step in the right direction towards these capabilities? How can we do it better? How can we make our students and our graduates more prepared for the future accountant role that they will have? We also need to think about the story that needs to be told. So a few moments ago, I said that the value add that I see an accountant being able to do is around maintaining relationships, interpreting the numbers, communicating the story, and improving business performance. So what is the story that needs to be told? I believe accountants have an opportunity to redefine value, success, and what is meant by good performance. There is an opportunity to focus on sustainable value creation. The societal expectations mean that good performance necessitates accountability to multiple stakeholders, responsibility to the natural environment, and economic growth. Accountants can make a positive difference in the world and are well placed and well positioned to play a key role in helping businesses to decrease the destruction of our planet. A multi-stakeholder approach is needed and responsibilities need to be internalized. There is no longer the question of whether businesses need to act more responsible. They must. The cost of not doing anything is far greater than the cost of doing something. The question is now, how can businesses act more responsible? How can a business become more sustainable? For there to be true change, we need to integrate responsibility and sustainability at all levels of the business into strategy, management control systems, governance frameworks, and performance measurement. If real change is to happen, businesses need to move from operating in parallel worlds to operating along a continuum of partial integration through to full integration. I've shown that on the slide. So if you look at on the left-hand side, you'll see we have a parallel world situation where this idea of sustainability sits separate from the rest of our business. We need to move away from that. We need to move to the other diagram, which is where sustainability and business overlap. Initially, this may be very much a partial integration for businesses. What we want to see is that eventually we will have full integration, and those two domains or circles in the diagram will overlap completely. To do that, we need to consider both enablers and barriers to achieving integration. There are many, but we can classify these into three key areas: cognitive, organizational and social, and technical. As I talk about each of these, I invite you to think about how an accountant can contribute to the barrier becoming weaker and the enabler becoming stronger. What is the role that an accountant can play? So let's look at each of these in turn. At the cognitive level, one of the key barriers is uncertainties about costs, benefits, and risks, while a key enabler is an awareness of the value of sustainability. At the organizational or social level, one of the key barriers is a lack of leadership commitment and coordination, while the key enablers include having goals, leadership, structure, champions, and systems for performance measures around sustainability. And if we look at the technical level, one of the key barriers is the challenge and difficulty of establishing performance metrics that can be used organization-wide. While key enablers are having appropriate performance measures and automation of the data collection of sustainability information. Hopefully, you've been able to see where an accountant has a role to play. And hopefully in there you heard performance measurement being one of the key things that we need to focus on. Performance measurement and management of sustainability is a key enabler to achieving integration. And we need digitalization to help us with that. Before we can integrate sustainability into our performance measurement and management system, we first need to integrate sustainability into our strategy and our management control system. So what would an integrated performance measurement and management system look like? On the screen, you can see 5 different versions of a performance scorecard. It follows the traditional balanced scorecard approach where we have 4 perspectives: our financial, our customer, our business process, and our learning and growth. On the left-hand side is a traditional balanced scorecard. That is when we operate in parallel worlds. As we move to the right of the screen, we start to see levels of integration until we reach full integration on the far right-hand side. The green highlighting represents areas where we can bring in sustainability performance measures. Now, sustainability, as many of you will know, has multiple pillars. Often environmental, social, and economic are the 3 pillars. There's also views of a 4th pillar around cultural dimensions, and actually you can bring in as many pillars as you need. The key around sustainability is for those pillars to be in balance. I've used the color green because green is the color I think of when I think of sustainability. Now that potentially biases me a little bit towards environmental sustainability, but to prevent showing a rainbow of colors on there, I chose green. If we look at the second scorecard, we see one way of integrating sustainability is that we could add a 5th perspective onto the scorecard, and that would house our sustainability performance measures. Now, they might be environmental, they might be social, they might be economic or some other dimension. The middle scorecard, so the third one along, shows that we could also bring our sustainability performance measures in at different perspectives. So we could add some measures into our learning and growth or our business process, for example. That would be quite partial integration. We want to move a little further to that. And one way to do that is maybe we do both of those things. We add another perspective, but we also add performance measures related to sustainability into our other perspectives. And then we get to the final right-hand side, which is a fully green scorecard, where sustainability is embedded or integrated into every perspective of our performance measurement scorecard. If you recall the diagram before, where the two circles start to overlap, in our green scorecard here, we are at full integration. Why is that important? Why is it important to integrate sustainability into performance? Well, if we don't, we're going to operate in those parallel worlds where we haven't taken advantage of digitalization, we haven't taken advantage of certain tasks being now replaced by computers, and we haven't taken advantage of being able to do things differently. We need businesses to integrate sustainability into everything they do. We need that for the future of this planet, but more importantly, we need that so that sustainability is not an add-on. So sustainability is not a tick-the-box exercise. So sustainability is not about compliance. Sustainability, caring for the planet, caring for the people that live on this planet, should be part of everything that we do. Being in business means being sustainable, being responsible. To acknowledge that, we need sustainability in business to be one thing. Okay. The other key aspect around performance is that as accountants and as accounting educators and researchers, we know that what gets measured gets managed. We know that performance measurement dictates the story that is told, the story that is told about a business, its success, its value creation, and its performance. It is time for accountants to redefine those key things. In a time where digitalization looks after the data, it looks after the bookkeeping, it looks after the compliance reporting, what is the value add for accountants? Redefine value, redefine success, redefine good performance. Accountants, let's get measuring. Let's tell a story. I believe accountants can change the world. They have the opportunity in the new normal. My challenge, do different things. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for sharing your thoughts with us. For the 6th consecutive year, the Department of Accountancy launched its ICARE magazine under the theme of Reimagine Business Models with Digitalization, Role of an Accountant in New Normal, by collaborating with professional institutes, corporate bodies, and audit firms. Now, it's time to officially launch the e-version of the ICARE magazine 2020. To thank all who work hard to make this conference a success, I would like to invite Ms. Navini Pereira, Secretary ICARE 2020, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to everyone. Chief guest, Senior Professor Anthony Silva, Vice Chancellor of University of Kelaniya, Guest of Honor Dr. Narada Fernando, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies, Keynote Speaker Professor Tracy Andy Silva from Lincoln University, New Zealand, Senior Professor MP Sunil Chandru, Chairman, Research Council of University of Kelaniya, eminent panelists of the Technical Forum, Deans of the faculties, all heads, professors, directors, teaching faculty, distinguished guests, and students. As the Secretary of ICARE 2020, it's an honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of Accountancy and the organizing committee of the 6th International Conference for Accounting Researchers and Educators, which organized by the Department of Accountancy, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies, University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. Despite of all the disruptions from COVID-19, today DOE made history by hosting the ICARE conference via virtual platform for the first time under the theme of Reimagine business models with digitalization, role of an accountant in new normal. When external shocks like COVID-19 of the business, the chief restructuring officer, of course, it might be the new inclusion for C-suite, need to restructure the business. Accountant would be the ideal CRO, since all these shocks hit the financials of the business. CROs should draw an expansive financial toolkit, but recognize that only certain tools will prove optimal in any given situation and that each situation is unique. CROs know how to stabilize the crisis and manage or work an insolvency process and when not to. Then, of course, CROs should be partnering in developing new business models, exploring new possibilities in this new normal. Therefore, I firmly believe that ICARE 2020 would be a great platform to transform accountants to the next level. So, first and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Senior Professor Anthony Silva, Vice Chancellor of University of Kelaniya, for being a visionary leader. Next, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Dr. Narada Fernando, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies, for his guidance and tremendous support extended to organize this conference successfully and for inculcating research culture to uplift the faculty to the next best level. Let me thank to the keynote speaker of the conference, Professor Tracy Andy Silva from Lincoln University, New Zealand. Thank you, Madam, for accepting our invitation and participating in this conference, providing valuable insights on a timely theme. Special thanks goes to Senior Professor MP Sunil Chandru, Chairman, Research Council, University of Kelaniya, for his presence and the financial support given from the Research Council to make this event a success. Next, my sincere thanks goes to Dr. Kamal Delisiri, Chair of the conference and the Head of the department, and also Dr. Vasanthi Maduraperuma, Co-Chair, and Mr. Malintha Pereira, Treasurer of the conference, for providing excellent backup and guidance towards ICARE 2020. Further, my gratitude goes to all panel members of the technical session, Senior Professor Samanthi Senaratne, Mr. Marinjaya Singh, Mr. Brian Goulian, Mr. Johan Pereira, and the moderator of the panel, Dr. M.I. Laksha. Thank you very much to all panel members for accepting our invitation to share your insights in this new normal. We are waiting to join with the technical forum, which will be starting shortly. Then I would like to take this opportunity to extend our sincere thanks to the professional partner of ICARE 2020, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka, for continued sponsorship for ICARE. And also let me thank the media partner of ICARE 2020, Sri Lanka Reimagine Corporation too. Also, I would like to thank all invitees and representatives of professional institutions and audit firms for their presence and contribution. Next, I wish to thank to advisory board, editorial board, and reviewers of ICARE 2020 who have bestowed enormous blocks of time for careful evaluations. We had a super team who are hardworking and target-oriented. I must thank the countless support of the organizing committee of ICARE 2020. I consider myself extremely fortunate to have this team involved in this task with such a great deal of dedication. Further, I acknowledge the support extended by all academic members of the Department of Accountancy, technical staff, and non-academic members of the department for being the backbone to make this all possible. All technical and academic paper presenters, thank you very much for joining with ICARE 2020, and I wish you all the best for your presentations. Also, I must thank all the final year undergraduates who have submitted their research abstracts despite the disruptions from COVID-19. And also, I wish to thank all undergraduates of Department of Accountancy for your support. Next, special thanks goes to Blue Arc Holdings Private Limited for making the new format of ICARE 2020 possible in new normal. Finally, I would like to thank all dignitaries who joined from all corners of the world to take part in this event despite their busy schedules. I owe an apology to anybody who supported and helped us to organize this conference, but whom I have forgotten to acknowledge here. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will listen, interact, and be a part of knowledge sharing and dissemination for reimagining new business models and new possibilities in this new normal. Thank you very much and have a fruitful day.
Thank you, Ms. Navini. With that, we have come to the end of the inaugural ceremony of ICARE 2020. Please note that the technical forum will commence in a while. Please stay with us. Thank you.
knowledge I gain out of the CA program, especially in developing skills and exposure to practical environment, helped me gather confidence in running a business successfully. Today, I'm one of the emerging young entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka.
I work as an executive in a leading mercantile organization. CA is not only about accounting and finance. It opens up a path to many other functions within an enterprise.
I work as an executive in one of the largest export-oriented groups in Sri Lanka. My role is mainly focused on taxation. CA Sri Lanka provided me with the required set of skills and abilities to advance and grow in the corporate world.
The CA program has provided me an excellent opportunity where I could build on my talent to progress further in the field of accounting. I work in one of the largest conglomerates in Sri Lanka. My CA qualification has enabled me to successfully overcome any business challenge thrown at me. I'm trained to maintain the trust and confidence of all stakeholders.
We as chartered accountants lead the corporate world to make a better Sri Lanka by assisting the boards to formulate strategies and importantly taking effective measures to execute the same.
Accountants are key team members of any organization. Today, their role is very different to that of keeping financial records. They are business partners driving strategy and supporting all commercial decision making. A commercial chartered accountant is a key driver of a successful sustainable enterprise, and they play a huge role in our business.
ලංකාවේ චාර්ට් ඇකවුන්ටන්ට් කෙනෙක් ඉගෙන ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් මම හිතන්නේ ඒක තමයි ජීවිතේ ලබන්න පුළුවන් ලොකු ජයග්‍රහණයක්. මොකද ලංකාවේ චාර්ට් ඇකවුන්ටන්ට් කෙනෙකුට ජාත්‍යන්තරේ පවා රස්සාවල් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඇයි මම අපේ ආයතන ඇතුළත මේ චාර්ට් ඇකවුන්ටන්ට්ලා 100කට වඩා වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් ඇතුළේ තියාගෙන ඉන්නේ? මොකද ඉස්සර වගේ නෙවෙයි චාර්ට් ඇකවුන්ටන්ට් කෙනෙක් පිටිපස්සේ ගණන් හදන එක නෙවෙයි දැන් කරන්නේ. ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි ඉස්සරහ වසර 10ක් කොහොමද මේ කම්පැනි එක අරන් යන්න පුළුවන් කියලා මේ ප්ලෑන් කරන්නේ, ස්ට්‍රැටජිස් හදන්නේ, මේ හැම දෙයක්ම කරන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ අපිට බෝඩ් මීටින් එකකට උනත් ගොඩාක් කන්ට්‍රිබියුෂන් එක කරන්නේ මේ චාර්ට් ඇකවුන්ටන්ට්ලා. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා ඕගොල්ලන්ටත් චාර්ට් ඇකවුන්ටන්ට් කෙනෙක් වෙන්න පුළුවන් නම් ජීවිතේ ලබන්න පුළුවන් ලොකු ජයග්‍රහණයක් කියලා.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to the Technical Forum of ICARE 2020. This time, ICARE 2020 revolved around the theme of Reimagine business models with digitalization, role of an accountant in new normal. Technical Forum of ICARE brings a noble opportunity for renowned professional institutes and audit firms to disseminate their knowledge and practical experience with academics and undergraduates. To start the session, let me introduce our distinguished panelists to the audience. Mr. Manil Jayasinghe, President, CA Sri Lanka. Mr. Johan Pereira, Chief Operating Officer, Partner, KPMG. Mr. Brian Godian, President, Institute of Internal Auditors, Sri Lanka Chapter. Professor Samantha Senaratne, Department of Accounting, University of Sri Jawadanapura. With that, let me introduce our moderator of the discussion, Dr. Laksha Nattanayake, Senior Lecturer, Department of Accountancy, University of Kelaniya. Now, I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Laksha Nattanayake to proceed with the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Hashini. I warmly welcome our expert panelists and author presenters representing various professional institutions and government institutions. As we all know, COVID-19 pandemic has led to a dramatic loss of human life worldwide and presents an extraordinary challenge to health, to food distribution, to education, and world of work. Millions of enterprises are at a threat. Nearly half of the workforce of the globe are at a risk of losing their livelihoods. Over 1.5 million people are already died. The WHO has made an assessment to recognize this COVID-19 as a pandemic. It's a pandemic that can be controlled. So we should take the opportunity to build back better. We are committed to pooling our expertise, our knowledge, and our experience to support people, to support organizations, to bounce back to the normal. Only then we can protect the health, we can protect the food system, we can protect the livelihood, food security, and nutrition for all the people, and ensure the new normal is a better one. We should start with a convenient point for us. Our profession or our expertise could be the starting point. Therefore, as a support to the economy, to the organizations, and specifically to the professionals in the field of accounting and finance, the Department of Accountancy of the Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies at the University of Kelaniya has come up with the timely theme of reimagining business models with digitalization, role of an accountant in new normal. Again, all are welcome. Next, let me explain the plan of the technical session. This discussion or the technical session is based on the ICARE magazine 2020. There are 7 articles in it. And we have 6 presenters. I will invite the presenters one by one to make their presentations. Most of the presentations are tape recorded or recorded. And at the end of each presentation, I will talk to a panelist, an expert, and ask for some more insights. He will provide some insights, experiences. Sometimes he or she may go beyond the scope of the article. That is the plan of the technical forum. With that, let me to invite our presenters of the day. My first invitation goes to Mrs. Suyama Jaisinghe, representing ACCA Sri Lanka. She will talk about the article entitled The Digital Accountant, Digital Skills in a Transformed World. The technical panelist is Mr. Johan Pereira. To the presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. The digital challenge. The digital transformation is one of the key conversations across the businesses at present. Whatever role we carry out in the finance function, we can make a difference in this world of technology. Boundaries are failing, while increasing the opportunities abundantly. Why the digital journey matters to us today. Everything and anything we do in our work or a private life is connected with the digital activity. When the activities are increasing, the balance between the human and machines are continuing to evolve. As we are aware, the way we communicated 20 years ago has changed with the rise of a smart communication, which we cannot ignore anymore. The amount invested in organizations is significant, and the benefits are substantial. As finance professionals, we are as much as integral to this evolution as any other members in this society. It is vital for us to stay connected to the digital journey to mitigate the risk in the workplace. Digital impact on workplace. As McAfee suggests, the key to win the race is not to compete against the machine, but to compete with the machine. In this vein, we need to embrace the technology and digitalization to recognize the opportunities that it provides. As finance professionals, we need to embrace the impact of digital transformation on defined components in our workplace when measuring organizational performance and effectiveness. Changing business model. The evolution of the business model has an impact on us as accountancy and finance professionals from the way that we collect, verify, and utilize the increasing volume of data. Businesses models are fundamentally shifting towards customer centricity. In broader perspective, it is crucial to determine to what extent the use of data and analytics will facilitate performance measurement. Digital is a reality of future-focused business models. Importance of digital skills. Digital skills are a fundamental part of the workplace. While acknowledging this fact, finance professionals must develop and master these skills. Ignoring it is a potential risk. As accountant and finance professionals, we need to be on top of these evolutions and ensure that our skill sets develop appropriately. How do we rate our digital skills? ACCA has conducted a survey among ACCA members, affiliates, and students with over 4,200 respondents. 89% state that the digital skills were either necessary or very necessary in their role in the industry. Assumptions are often made that there is a significant variation in digital literacy across generations. To explore this, in several cases, the survey responses have been broken down by age category. 63% of the respondents claimed that they had enough digital skills to perform their role, although 17% noted that they did not know whether they did. What do we consider constitute our digital skills? Digital quotient. In 2016, ACCA defined a range of quotients that represented the skills that the accountancy and finance professionals need to develop to ensure that they remain relevant in the future. One of these is a digital quotient. This is defined as awareness and application of existing and emerging technologies, capabilities, practices, and strategies. Competency level. In evaluating the range of potential skills, the survey respondents recorded 81% of traditional spreadsheeting, indicating an expert ability level, and 72% enterprise resource planning solution, in contrast to more emerging technologies such as blockchain and artificial intelligence, machine learning, both of which recorded 20%. Level of expertise. Digital transformation increases the integration of data flow across the organization. When considering the level of expertise required in finance system strategy, 69% suggested expertise was required, in contrast to 37% for the target operating model, in perspective of business processes and procedures that support future strategic growth. Digital future now. The evolution of the technology and the digital landscape will continue. The pace of change that we have seen in recent years may well be eclipsed by the operationalization of technologies such as 5G and hyper-automation. The business models today is likely to be far from the business models of 5-10 years' time. The integrated workplace of smart systems, smart cities, smart workplaces, and flexible working lives is becoming a reality. Become digital citizen. Continuous learning challenge. The digital landscape continues to evolve, and the adoption of new technologies in the workplace mean that it always will. Maintaining the level of competence to be effective in one's role is essential for accountancy and finance professionals. Whatever role the finance professionals undertake, technology plays a significant role in it. It is important to be comfortable with the use of application of tools relevant to our work. In terms of challenges in developing their awareness and proficiency in digital quotient, respondents highlighted the lack of time, resources and continuous learning opportunities, which are essential to maintain digital skills. Seizing development opportunities. The digital quotient is a hybrid of skill and the fact-based knowledge. It is vital to have an inquiring mind about new technologies and embracing the opportunities offered to you, including learning from others in your workplace. What is important for finance professionals is to be vigilant of the evolution of new technologies and to embrace the opportunities present to us. The importance of storytelling narratives. Having the knowledge to understand the business models, the context in which the technology is used, and the data flows across the organization, together with the skills to analyze and explain these to others, enable the accounting and finance professional to provide greater value to their organizations. The generation divide. The reality is that the workforce is aging, fertility rate is dropping, and in some developing economies, the fastest growing segment of workplace may well be over 55s. This is an age group that may be thought to have been left behind by technology, yet business success may well rely on reskilling and recareering of these individuals. Developing digital quotient. Invest in continuous development. When the digital transformation is continuing to evolve, there is a risk of being left behind. Therefore, it is essential for accountancy and finance professionals to continue to invest in acquiring digital skills to fulfill available opportunities. It is vital to be mindful that such an objective includes not only the technologies themselves, but also the ways in which they are applied to create commercial advantage. Taking time to invest and monitor relevant technologies and practical advancement is necessary. Not losing the sight of this growing evolution is fundamental. Utilizing certificates such as ACCA's Certificate in Digital Innovation for Finance to develop knowledge and skills is essential. Thank you.
Excellent. A wonderful presentation. Digital quotient is one of the skill set integrated into the professional quotient. Mr. Johan, can you elaborate the importance of digital quotient to finance and accounting professionals, especially in a pandemic and new normal situation?
Good morning. At the very outset, I must congratulate the ICARE committee for coming up with a very apt and relevant theme for the conference, and also for Suama Jayasinghe, who presented so well a subject that is now very much close to the heart of a lot of people. The digital quotient is very relevant to finance and accounting professionals to stay ahead of competition. Because in today's world, knowledge is not adequate. You have to create value. You have to have value delivery through insight generation. The organization is changing. And with your permission, can I share a slide, please?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Now, the future is already here. You could see what the traditional organization was, okay, and where we are heading the future organization. Traditional organization, we spend a lot of time on traditional processes. But with automation, the traditional processes are all automated. Now, the greater focus will be on data analytics, project management, budget and planning. So we financial professionals have to prepare ourselves for the journey because have additional value-add activities. And in partner more with our business units, there will be less focus on transactional activities, automation will come. So the end result is we'll have greater value, fewer people and lower costs. So this is the future of the organization. Future is already here. The pandemic has already made it more important. And people have now seen, people who did not see through this are now seeing through this to make sure that this is something that has to be done. Okay, so there will be greater focus now on automation. So we have to have skills to prepare ourselves for this. Next slide. This is not only relevant for companies, even for professional firms like audit firms also got to prepare ourselves for this. This is something which I would like to show what impact it has for professional firms. Previously, we had a lot of staff who were focusing on transactions. Many audit hours were spent on verification transaction level. It's no longer the case because due to extreme automation. Many audit hours are spent on data normalization. That is no longer the case. And extreme automation will empower the audit workforce to add more value at rapid speed. So there'll be more data analytics that is coming in. So therefore, we have got to prepare ourselves for the journey. And I work for KPMG, and we have had a web-based workflow for the last 5 years. But now KPMG globally is investing in a web-based cloud-enabled workflow. So this is the new journey that we are working through. It's an operating system that will be implemented for every audit and drive future technology through this system is absolutely transformational. So it's not only organization, even professional firms have got to keep up with the journey.
Wonderful thoughts. Then I would like to move to the types of skills. The presenter talks about 3 types of skills: technical and ethical, business skills, and digital skills. We know that a combination of these 3 types of skills are important. Mr. Johan, can you highlight the importance of having a combination of all 3 types of skills and the optimal point of mix of these skills?
Yeah, technical and business skills alone are not inadequate if you do not have digital skills. Because otherwise those with digital skills may acquire technical and business skills and compete with you. Further, digitalization leads to vast amount of data. So you have to have ethical dividers to ensure data does not get into wrong hands. So I don't think right now the ethics looks at digitalization, it looks at manual transactions. But although the principles are same, there has to be greater focus on digitalization. So we need all 3. So there has to be optimal mix of technical, business, and ethical skills. And this is something the professional bodies will have to focus on and assist the corporates and the professional firms when we go forward in this new journey.
All right. Thank you very much for sharing insightful thoughts. With that, now I would like to invite the second presenter of the day, Mr. Gerard Dias, representing BDO Partners. The article entitled Financial Reporting, Digitalization, and Readiness of Sri Lanka. The technical panelist of the paper is Mr. Manil Jayasinghe. Now we will listen to the presentation.
It's a great privilege to address in this conference, presenting my technical paper for the 6th conference of University of Kelaniya. We really appreciate, despite many challenges, the Kelaniya University management managed to have this conference going virtually. So having a lot of challenges around the world, we have seen the digitalization came into play in very fast to support, to continue our day-to-day business life and the day-to-day life. A lot of things has happened in the world. A lot of digital technology came in and new concepts were brought in. Work from home, online shopping was extended and increased to a great extent. However, having seen that many players capitalize in this digitalization, we have also seen it was a challenge for people who were sort of reluctant to go to digitalization. They were sort of waiting, and I think the pandemic's period has given them the lesson for not preparing for this digitalization. So the COVID-19 has taught us the importance of going to digitalization. So to look at why digital financial reporting is required, because it supports you to eliminate a lot of limitations in the traditional financial reporting. Under traditional financial reporting, it is very difficult to understand sometimes, or it is difficult to access to certain reports, and even the reports are there in the accessible level or in the understand level, but it is not suited for a different stakeholders' expectation or their expected formats. So changing those into different formats and converting into different reports, it is a very difficult task. Also, the current financial reporting will come either as hard copies or PDF or Excel files, which you can't navigate here and there and find out or analyze user-friendly. So, and also there's no uniform structure in the current traditional financial reporting. It is true that when you're preparing financial statements, you have to go through accounting standard requirements. But we see if you go through different industries, different companies, and even around the world, the different formats and presentation styles have been followed. So it's very difficult for different stakeholders to understand the current traditional financial reporting outputs. So that is that need to be changed. That's where the digitalization should comes in. So at the moment, in the discussion and in the research in actual world, there are few digital enablers has come into play to help the digital financial reporting. The one is predictive analysis, which will help you to forecast future predictions, you to come up with the future targets, future market understanding, future business performance, and also the financial numbers. Then, as we all know, that widely used this RPA process automation, that is that facilitate to replace the human involvement in certain processes, where robotic comes and do the process functioning and also do certain procedures, which is widely using. And also the very interesting element is the chatbots, where traditionally, if you ask from your CFO or a finance manager to provide you details, so he might come up with, he might do kind of a limited analysis and he might come up with certain available information. But chatbots, it's very intelligent digital platform where the chatbots would be able to give you all available insights and available alternatives, where the users or the stakeholders would be able to take the right decisions. And also artificial intelligence, where the intelligence of the machine learning will come, and the artificial intelligence can make analysis and produce more meaningful information for the stakeholders' use. And also then visualization, you can create your own platform to understand the financial information the way you want, to facilitate your own decision making. Likewise, there are few digital technologies coming in practice which will support the financial reporting. The interesting part, when it comes to the future of financial reporting, it would be intelligent, it will be interactive, and most importantly, it will be real time. So In 2018, it is very interesting. The PwC has done a survey to find out the current use of digital platform in financial reporting, because even the topic is there. It is very important to see to how best those digital platforms or the technologies are using. So these are the key findings which PwC has found out through their 2018 survey report, which is still, I believe, applicable. Among the findings, if I may go through, they say like majority progressive on use of technology. I mean, what it means, like they found out that the key management team is very much interested in adopting technology. However, still there is a challenge of using the digital platform as a substitute of human tasks, because it is very difficult to eliminate human factor without no understanding the pros and cons of the digital platform. At the moment, it's like a partial use of digital and the partial human use. So the researchers predicted this would change in coming years, because when the digitalization full in place, the human factors need or their requirement would be changed. They should be more into decision making rather performing transaction on the ground. Then also it's a very challenge to communication between different stakeholders, because different stakeholders come from different background. They don't know exactly certain digital platform and how they're supposed to use and how they should utilize for their decision making. And then artificial intelligence, even we talk about artificial intelligence, it is predicted that it will take some time for AI to come into place. And also blockchain is still in its early stage. I think we all know that currently for blockchain, it is very challenging to implement because of the ethical and the trust matters, where when the blockchain implemented, that the information are readily available for everyone who are in the channel or the chain. So there's a confidentiality, ethics and trust will come into place. So there are certain limitation of fully implementing blockchain, but it's a good sign to see that robotics is increasingly using around the world. Based on the research, they found out that robotics is widely using at the moment, including chatbots, but AI and blockchain is yet to come. So those are very interesting findings from the global. Also very important to see like where the global is going through to this digital journey in that space, where Sri Lanka at the moment. So I managed to get the details of our digital use as of January 2020. It says out of total population, around 30% only using digital platform, not necessarily for the business, but maybe social media, YouTube, and all other entertaining aspects. I believe with the coronavirus and this particular surrounding environment, our use of digital technology has increased. This online learning, online working and work from home environment, I think that supports us to increase our digital use. However, as for the McKinsey's analysis of Sri Lanka digital use in 2018, Sri Lanka's DQ score, that means the use of digital in Sri Lankan business, is around 35, where the global medium is 33. That means we are yet to see, yet to go for a bigger journey with the digitalization. In fact, it's the government responsibility to encourage people to go for digitalization, and the government should have this digitalization come in their agenda, not necessarily only the private sector should focus on. So the challenge is why Sri Lanka is find difficult to come to a good level with digital implementation because of certain challenges. One is digital literacy. It is very Sri Lanka have a different region in the country where certain people's education level is not up to the level to understand this digital concept. And also we have connectivity problem. I think these days we are experiencing even news. We see like certain students struggling to get online access for their online classes because of this connectivity issues. And also, of course, the political stability is another problem. When there are changes to the government, when there's budget to budget, certain policies and certain priorities comes in. So unfortunately, the digital focus might direct into different areas. So that part need to be addressed. And also social and cultural issues, where we are being a South Asian country which have a culture come from the history and also different social practices and all. It is very much difficult to sometime get into people and implement and talk about the digitalization. And also we are at the moment not clear about certain aspects of laws and regulation when it's come to digitalization. So those challenges are in place for us to go for a digitalization, but not to take those as negative, because digitalization has proven that you can work fast and you can produce effectively and productively the performance or the results to the business. So the financial reporting should be taken into consideration and need to focus on digitalization in financial reporting across the globe and of course in Sri Lanka. So there need to be a clear strategy, commitment and good set of people and expertise to go for this journey to see a good digital platform for our financial reporting, thereby to support our stakeholders to take much needed information for the development of the country. I think that brings me to the end to my presentation. I again wishing all the very best to the conference team of University of Kelaniya for having this successful conference, and we wish we will have a time again to share some technical topics with the committee or the conference in future. Thank you.
All right. Gerard says there will be challenges in the digitalization journey, but do not take them as negatives. It is vital to have a clear strategy and commitment towards this digitalization journey. Otherwise, we could not achieve the expected results. Mr. Manil, can you explain the components and aspects of a suitable digital strategy for the improvement of the business reporting by the Sri Lankan companies?
Thank you, Doctor. First of all, let me thank the organizers, the University of Kelaniya and ICARE for putting together this conference. I think it is very important because this interaction between the researchers as well as the market or the people who apply this knowledge in the market is a key factor in this whole equation. So to address the issue, first of all, let's look at what business reporting is all about. It starts with the fundamental of providing useful information for users to make economic decisions. Now that's the foundation of business reporting, right? So now let's look at how this whole process gets digitized. So generally, when you're providing this financial information, you have several activities that you need to do. First of all, you have to gather the information in the organization. Then, of course, when it comes to business reporting or financial reporting, you have standards and regulations that are put in place because you need to get consistency and consistency in this financial reporting. So you have to apply the standards to the information that you have gathered, the economic activity and the information. Then you need to put this into necessary formats and then deliver to its stakeholders. So that's the value chain, or that's the chain of production for financial reports. So when you look at this whole process, clearly digitization has been taking place. So we have automated or digitized many processes like gathering information. If you look at companies like Amazon, or you look at what we have today in Sri Lanka, Uber or PicMe, that digitization has taken place. Today, you don't have to go and sit and pass a invoice to or send a manual request for them to send a taxi. It is all done on an app, right? So that digitization has taken place, and obviously there is improvements that has to be done to that digitization process. No doubt about that. Then when it comes to applying standards and putting this into formats, most entities have digitized this, but I think in Sri Lanka, we are far, far away. If you look at the financial reporting close process, you'll find that many entities use a lot of spreadsheets, a lot of activities really to get this information and collect this information. That in turn results in delays in this information also getting to the right people at the right time. So there is a lot of process improvements or digitization in this process that needs to take place. The last factor is on the delivery and the stakeholder. Now, there, I think Gerard also captured this. Even though we have been pushed into this digitization. Now, by the way, digitization didn't start with the pandemic. Digitization started with the fourth industrial revolution, right? So it was always there. But pandemic has accelerated the potential for digitization. So that is one of the things. So we had been a little bit slow in taking up or embracing this digitization. Primarily, I think it's a cost consideration, and primarily people think that this is not a very really value-add process. That is probably is one of the issues. So if you look at it that way, that whole process has to get digitized, but the delivery also has to be looked at. Now, recently in the Security and Exchange Commission, I was part of a subcommittee which basically looked at digitizing this whole securities process, that is buying shares, selling shares, end-to-end digitization. Now, in this, we got a lot of letters from various shareholders saying, you know, no, we don't have access to the apps, we don't have access to this. If you go digital, we can't do this. We want the checks sent to us manually, not directly debited to the credited to the account. So the question is the acceptability or readiness of the society also to accept this. Because I started by saying providing information for users to make economic decisions. So the user also should be able to assimilate this in this digitized form. So there is this whole value chain that I think has to get addressed. Then don't forget the regulators. Now we can go and talk about digitizing and doing all this, but is it acceptable from a regulation point of view? Now, I think in Gerard's article somewhere it says XBRL was some form of digitization that took place in this financial reporting space. But European Union is only mandating it in 2021. So globally also there has been a, how should I say, some degree of slowness in this whole equation. So you need to see how regulations are going to change, how accounting standards need to change to embrace digitization. Then I think Johan touched on this. How does the auditing profession have to change? Because assurance is granted on these financials or given on these financial statements to the public. Now, what kind of assurance that is required for this? So there is a lot of activities that has to get into place before this whole process can be, how should I say, successful, right? So, but it will move. It is a journey, and it will move. So today, I think it will. The end game to this whole equation will be the users will demand real-time information. Today, we give information. Say, if you take quarterly reporting, it is already 3 months old. Your annual reports, and when you have the AGM, it is already 1 year old. So how useful or relevant is this information that is 1 year old? So I think this whole process will move towards real-time reporting. And in order to facilitate real-time reporting, you have to get your processes and everything else digitized in a big way. Reporting also will need to be intelligent. Today, reporting is, I think Gerard touched on this, today reporting is one-dimensional. It is historical, it is static, but it needs to be intelligent and it needs to be interactive. You should be able to query information, you should be able to get, you should be able to analyze, query back. So that whole process has to take place. So 3 things that will happen. Reporting will have to become real time. So we will have to move towards that. Reporting will have to become intelligent, and reporting will need to be interactive. And the drivers to this will be, say, basically lowering the cost of delivery, providing more insights, and therefore few manual processes, and then finally improving the decision-making process. Because ultimately, what are we doing? All this reporting, the information that we are providing, ultimately is for decision-making. So that is my sort of piece as far as this.
All right. Those are the strategies organizations can apply to make the digital journey a success. Then we have a relevant party in the organizations. We call them as stakeholders. These stakeholder engagement are very important because the value creation in an organization is not done only within the organization or only by the organization. Value has created with the support of all the parties, with the support of stakeholders. Therefore, stakeholders have a role to play in this journey of the digitalization. Mr. Manil, as you understand, what is the role of the stakeholders in this pandemic situation? How do stakeholders should support this digitalization or technological revolution in business reporting? What is the role of the stakeholders in this situation?
Doctor, as I mentioned earlier, so if you look at the value chain stakeholders, you have internal users of financial information, you have external users of financial information. From an internal user's point of view, I think these are driven by MIS reports and various things like that. So that is one aspect. The second part is the external reports, where you are providing the information about the entity and what the entity has done, which is useful to outside stakeholders. Now, outside stakeholders, you have basically you have shareholders, you have regulators, you have government institutions, and you have creditors. So these are sort of the outside stakeholders that rely on financial reporting. So now what the pandemic has done to this whole equation of financial reporting is it has taken away from, I told you in the value process, there are several aspects. You have gathering information, applying standards, putting it into a format. Now that whole process, which was centered around an accounts division or so-called accounts division, has been now taken out of that accounts division, and now people are doing it from remote. So working from home, they are processing this remotely. It has created a completely new environment, this pandemic, in my view. Now the question is, how do we ensure that this environment now will continue? The new normal, I believe, will be that this environment will continue in the future. Now that we have got there, originally we were struggling to get there. We were not embracing these scenarios, right? But now I think we have trusted, our people have been trusted on this new environment. Now we have got there. Now it's a question of continuing that momentum. But as I mentioned earlier, these things have these 4 critical elements that has to get addressed. There is one element in this, the human intervention is not going to go away. That is the application of the standards, because these standards require judgments to be exercised. Now, however much you automate this, a judgment has to be exercised with human beings. If you take the pandemic as a classic example, your AI and everything is based on historical data, right? I don't think historical data, unless you went to 1920, has captured the impacts of a pandemic. So no way that an AI is going to react to the new normal or the future. It will in time to come. So that is where human intervention will take place. So there will be continuously some degree of human intervention that is necessary. But I think, as a previous speaker as well as the person said, accountants per se will have to move away from this routine type of activity to more value creation activity. So in an organization, the accountants will start to have to interact with the different elements in the business in order to create and give value to those stakeholders. And it is not that centralized, reconciling bank accounts, reconciling accounts, that is going to be all taken over by the computers.
Right. Thank you very much for sharing your practical experiences and the strategies that can be applied in the business reporting by the organizations. Thank you. Next, I would like to move to the third presentation of the day. Mr. Thilan Malinga de Silva, representing Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka. The article entitled Fraud Prevention and Detection in Digital Age. The panelist of the paper is Mr. Brian Gordian. Now we will listen to the presentation.
Good morning. I am Thilan Malinga, a technical manager at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka. And first of all, we must thank ICARE Organizing Committee for inviting us to present a research paper, technical paper at their research conference. Okay. We know fraud has existed over many years, many generations. But in last 2 years, last 2 decades, world has witnessed many prominent firm scandals like Enron and WorldCom. When it comes to the core report on financial cost, they identified that global losses of frauds equates to 6.05% of global GDP, and that is 80% larger than the UK entire GDP. And I hope that you can understand the seriousness of these frauds. And thereby today I'm going to discuss about fraud prevention and detection in the digital age. Moving to the content of the presentation, introduction, the concept of fraud, and fraud prevention and detection, and technology that we can use to detect frauds, and finally the way forward. Introduction. Due to the advancement in technology, and fraud is considered as one of the high risk factors for each and every organizations in this world. And we can link fraud into technology in two ways. First, we know business processes depend on the use of technology, and this may provide an opportunity for people to commit frauds. And on the other hand, we can use new technology to implement automated controls to help prevent and detect frauds in organizations. The concept of fraud. And UNDP defined fraud as knowing the misrepresentation of the truth or concealment of a material fact to induce another to act to his or her detriment. According to the Institute of Internal Auditors, there are 7 major fraud risks associated with technology, and that are misappropriation of IT hardware for personal gain, access to systems or data for personal gain, changes to systems, programs or data for personal gain, fraudulent activity by an independent contractor or an offshore programmer, conflicts of interest with suppliers and third parties, copyright infringement, and finally, the last one is the misappropriation of company data by third party. When we consider fraud models, Donald Tracy in 1953 developed a fraud model calling fraud triangle, and that is a combination of 3 overlapping elements, which is perceived pressure, if not motivation, perceived opportunity, and rationalization. And model described how these factors lead people to commit fraud. According to the model, there should be a motivation, there should be a pressure to commit frauds. But fraudster will not commit fraud if there is no opportunity. Opportunity may be complex of organizational structure, complex of transactions, or complex of segregation of duties. Rationalization means that fraudster will never commit fraud if he or she cannot justify their immoral conducts or frauds. That is the fraud triangle presented by Donald Tracy. Okay, fraud prevention and detection. We know companies must address information technology fraud risks through an IT fraud risk assessment mechanism, and that is a tool which assists both internal audit team and also IT team in systematically identifying loopholes in the organization, and which says that where frauds can occur and who may be in position to commit frauds. And these fraudulent activities demand to adopt a robust fraud prevention and detection systems into organizations. Fraud prevention is defined as the ability to recognize or discover fraudulent activities, where fraud prevention refers to measures that can be taken to avoid or reduce frauds. Nowadays, technology improving the efficiency of the fraud detection process via data analysis that provides a full and detailed examinations of frauds. We can identify two fraud detection techniques, which are proactive fraud detection techniques, and reactive fraud detection techniques. Proactive techniques are systems and processes are put in place to detect fraudulent activities before it occurs at an early stage in the process, and reactive fraud detection takes place after the event occurs. Then we will discuss about the technologies that we can use to detect frauds. The very basic technology that we can use is spreadsheets. This can be used to perform the Benford distribution statistical test as an effective tool for locating red flags in suspected data from decision-making dataset of supply chain network. And as a decision supporting tool, Excel spreadsheets can lead to identify abnormal transactions or hidden patterns of data. And it helps auditors to detect frauds through identifying these abnormal transactions. However, the problem is this limits the detection of frauds in the online services and can only handle a certain amount of data. The second technology is big data technologies, that is Hadoop. This is a framework for performing big data analytics, which provides reliability and manageability by providing an implementation for the MapReduce paradigm. And that splits up the program into smaller parts and runs them on cluster nodes. And later a model evaluation will be used to analyze the results, which may be varies in supervised and unsupervised learnings. The accuracy of these results will be determined by parallelizing a negative selection algorithm in the Hadoop environment, and which uses the basic format of determining the outliers using the Euclidean distance and compare it with the threshold. The unstructured data will be converted into a document term matrix in the text pre-processing step, and knowledge extraction step involves with data mining in data analytics tools. Systems are user-friendly, which makes it easy to use and can perform real-time tests using historical or new data. Low reputational risks. To combat technology frauds, internal audit team is not expected to be expert in the technology of fraud prevention and detection, but they should have a proper understanding of the benefit of the use of technology in fraud prevention and detection. They can combat with frauds in their organizations, eliminate frauds in organizations. And thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Tilan, for sharing your knowledge. We know that aspect is important. The fraud and fraud prevention and detection is very important aspect in an organization. I have taken a quote from a book chapter written by Button and Cross 2017 titled Technology and Fraud, the Fraudogenic Consequences of the Internet Revolution, Routledge Publishers. It says, there has been a technological revolution which over the last 20 years has centered around the internet and related technologies. It is similar to what Mr. Malil said. This has created a vast pool of new opportunities for crime, particularly centered around fraud. Authors argue that technological revolution has created a fraudogenic environment. We always talked about the advantages, possibilities, and what we can do by use of this technology. But with the revolution of this technology, digitalization, there's a risk, there's a threat of fraud, or it creates some opportunities for fraud. Mr. Brian, can you please explain how the revolution of technology would lead to create a vast pool of new opportunities for fraud?
Sure. Good morning to all. Thank you for the organizing committee for inviting me to be part of the panel discussion and this timely theme. So Dr. Lakshan, in terms of the question that you raised as well as what Manik shared, so we need to look at the exponential growth in technology, and with these developers of these technology and applications, they are trying to be first to the market. So as part of that, what happens is there are certain vulnerabilities in these technologies that they not necessarily address in a timely manner prior to launching these and releasing. So this itself is going to be a risk, because if this gets into the hands of perpetrators or those who have intention to use it for bad practice or fraudulent practice, I think it's going to create opportunity that itself. Then second point is on with the exponential growth in technology, there is vast amount of data being generated. And if you see with the edge computing and the IoT, there's a lot of data that is structured and unstructured data that are being generated. So some of these data could be personal data, some of these data could be organizational sensitive data. So if these data is not secured properly, it again is going to create a significant opportunity for fraudsters to misuse. And if you see in the recent past, the ransomware attacks, it has significantly increased subsequent to the pandemic. And since of April, there are different articles and researchers which drive towards the same direction that it's going to be a significant risk. Then on the third point I would like to share on this is the internal controls and the adoption of technology itself. Now, for example, I would take before pandemic, most of the organizations were making payments using checks, and soon after the pandemic, they were moving to online payment channels. So now with this shift, most of the organizations which I have experienced is that have not really looked at the end-to-end controls in this process. They have straight away adopted the online payment platform and gone ahead without looking at the inbuilt internal controls in that process itself. So this itself creates a lot of opportunities for those who have an intention to commit a fraud. Then the fourth point is on remote working. So with the pandemic and the evolution of technology. Now we all can work from home, and with this, some organizations have allowed third-party computers or personal computers also to be allowed into the network of organizations. So that is again is going to create a lot of opportunities for fraud. So in summary, what I would like to say, technology will definitely, if it is not used for the intended purpose, is going to create opportunity for those who have intention of committing a fraud. But it's up to us to diligently look at this entire process and see where are the risks and address those. Over to you.
Okay. Having an understanding about the opportunities for fraud with the revolution of technology, with the digitalization, as explained by Mr. Brian. Thank you, Mr. Brian. Those are very insightful thoughts. With that, I would like to move to the fourth presentation of the day. My invitation goes to Mrs. Imalka Iddamalgoda, representing Sri Lanka Accounting and Auditing Standards Monitoring Board. The article entitled, "The Role of Sri Lanka Accounting Auditing Standards Monitoring Board in New Normal." Now we will listen to the presentation. And the moderator of the paper is Professor Samanthi Senaratne.
Of class be in new normal. What do we really mean by new normal? In the definition of new normal in Politico magazine, they have highlighted the adaptation to change. That is very important. Now with this COVID-19, new normal is a buzzword. We were in a global village, and due to restrictions imposed by COVID-19, we had to identify different ways of living our lives. Today's conference is a real example for that. We are on a virtual meeting rather than physically meeting each other and sharing our knowledge. That is the adaptation to change caused by COVID-19. Now, let me introduce SLAS-MB to you all. SLAS-MB is an independent regulator responsible for monitoring compliance with accounting and auditing standards. We review a sample of financial statements received from specified business enterprises and inspects a sample of audit engagements carried out by their auditors. Even though new normal is a buzzword with COVID-19, I don't think it is a new concept to the field of accounting. Over last 2 decades of time period, we were experiencing tremendous changes happening in the field of accounting with the advancement of information technology. Today, we have come to a stage where we are talking about artificial intelligence, robotics, cloud computing, cybersecurity, etc., and so on. IT knowledge is a key strength to an accountant, as the information technology is replacing the human capital. In the field of accounting, it has become a threat to the accountant. With the quick transformation to new processes and methods required for the business continuity under COVID-19, new normal prevailed in the field of accounting has been further accelerated with the COVID-19 new normal. Financial statements are prepared based on the financial reporting standards, which are mainly principle-based and require a lot of estimates and judgments to be made by the management. When making such estimates and judgments, management extensively use the data available in their information system. As a regulator, we have witnessed expected credit loss computation, liability adequacy test computation, value in use computation are the areas where management extensively use the data. Even though there is no direct relationship between the accounting standard issued or to be issued, and the digital transformation taking place in the field of accounting. LKS 36 impairment of asset is a critical standard in this digital era. Intangible assets such as licenses, softwares, as well as the technological devices getting impaired within a short span of time. In the information system of an entity, not only financial data is included, it extends to other data such as human resources, marketing, as well as it could be extended up to the peer data. As a result of that, most of the listed companies in Sri Lanka are now enjoying the benefit of presenting integrated reports rather than the conventional annual reports. With the quick digital transformation happened in as well as they use CATs. Recently revised certain auditing standards also address this digital transformation taking place in the auditing profession and make professional judgments when they form the opinion on the COVID-19 impacted financial statements. Having understand these challenges, standard setters have issued guidelines on performing audits under the circumstances of COVID-19. However, there are some more changes to be made to the digitalization process of the regulators in Sri Lanka. In that regard, we can get good insights from the Regulator of 2030 magazine published by the Chartered Accountants of Australia and New Zealand. With that, I will conclude my short presentation, and details of this presentation is available in the article published by me. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Imalka, for sharing the knowledge and making a good presentation. To make you aware, sometimes we have to skip some of the parts of the presentations as an effort to complete the technical forum on time. I'm sorry for that. Right. The Sri Lanka Accounting and Auditing Standards Monitoring Board has made an effort, has introduced some steps to go with the changing environment. Now situation has changed. Organizations adopt more and more technologies. Accounting and auditing standard setters also have changed. Therefore, the /MB also need to change. However, my feeling is, or I have a doubt about whether /MB is changing enough to cope with the changes in the environment. It is my personal view. When I look at the article and when I listen to the presentation, I would like to move to Professor Samanthi. Professor Samanthi, how should the role of /MB be changed with the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on financial reporting and the said digital transformation in order to provide a better service to the accounting and finance field in the country?
Right. Thank you, Dr. Lakshan, for the opportunity given. I hope I'm audible enough. Firstly, let me thank the Department of Accounting, University of Kelaniya, for giving me this opportunity to be a panelist in a session which touches on a very pertinent issue, the impacts of the digital transformation and the COVID-19 situation on the accounting practices and the profession. So in that case, firstly, let me appreciate the paper presented by Imalka on the role of /MBA in this respect. So I think Dr. Lakshan wanted me to talk about the role of /MBA, but I would rather like to look at that from a broad perspective of the role of the regulator without just limiting that to a particular organization. So as Mr. Manil Jayasinghe and Mr. Johan Pereira rightly said in their comments, this digital transformation we have been experienced for some time, most probably with the fourth industrial revolution. So it has intensified with the COVID-19 pandemic, and all of us feel it. All of us observe it more with the COVID-19 pandemic. So that is the experience that we are getting at the moment. But whether the COVID-19 persists or not, this digital transformation will take place, and it will intensify in the future. So that is why today we talk so much about these technologies such as artificial intelligence, RPA, big data, cybersecurity, data analytics, etc. So, but from an organization point of view, these technologies now have become important managerial technologies in their business model. So therefore, now we have to talk about a business model with these essential managerial technologies. As a result, the value drivers of organizations have changed, and therefore, along with the financial value drivers, there are many non-financial value drivers in an organization. Therefore, today we have to consider our business model has redefined, has changed in response along with this technological transformation that has taken place. So when this business model changes, what happens is there will be a change in the organization internally. There is an internal transformation in the organization in many aspects, including the governance structures of organizations. So when the governance structures, now the data stewardship, because of this technological transformation and its impact on the business model, today the data stewardship has become a key consideration in the corporate governance process of organizations, the systems and structures. And even the auditing we cannot consider from a conventional viewpoint. So the auditing, we talk about combined assurance approaches in assurance services. And the financial reporting has changed, and now we have to think that financial reporting within the context of integrated reporting model. So we see an integration of the different strands of corporate reporting. Finally, we talk about an integrated reporting model where the value creation is at the center. So as the keynote speaker highlighted in her presentation, today we have to focus more on the sustainability dimension, and the integrated reporting model is expected to focus on sustainable value creation. So this whole scenario that has changed within the organization has created a greater demand for the accounting profession to change their delivery model in terms of financial accounting, the way we do financial reporting, where the management accounting practices have been handled, where the auditing is done, where the taxation is done, and also many other advisory functions that the accounting professionals are handling. So that delivery model has changed. So when the delivery model changes, in response to the regulator's change also has to be changed. So that is the place where we have to place the /MBA as a regulator, how the regulator could respond to this changes in the delivery model, which has resulted due to the change in the business model and the internal organizational transformation. So the accounting profession as a whole, because this regulator is also part of the accounting profession, therefore the profession has to respond to that. So we have to look at this big picture and the broad perspective, and the professional accounting bodies and the universities also have an important role to play in this process. So we have to consider how to reskill and upskill the accounting professionals to suit these changes. Therefore, we would require a multidimensional approach, perhaps not only the technical capabilities, digital skills, the ethical conduct is extremely important, and also the emotional intelligence, creativity, those aspects also we have to consider in our educational process. So the regulator will have to respond to this change. In order to facilitate the regulator, the education processes also need to be changed. So that is why today some researchers talk about digital Darwinism. So whether we are, can we survive? How can we survive? How do we survive in this digital transformation in terms of redefining our accounting functions and processes, including the regulatory efforts? Thank you, Lakshan. Over to you.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Samanthi, for sharing futuristic thoughts about the topic. We really appreciate the huge work, huge task done by the SLAS MB. We really appreciate their way of doing, their directions. But we need to go beyond that. We need to face the challenges. We need to cope with the environmental changes. That's why we talked about this topic. Thank you. And as the presentation number 5 of the day, I would invite Mr. Brian Guardian. The topic of the article is embracing technology as an enabler to drive transformation in accounting and finance profession. And the technical panelist of the paper is Mr. Manil Jayasinghe. Mr. Brian, can you make a brief presentation by taking around 3 minutes? That's a request from my side. We expect a brief presentation from you now.
Sure, Dr. Laksha. In the interest of time, I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. So in this paper, I have tried to address one aspect of the profession in terms of the opportunity for accountancy and finance professionals. So as we discussed earlier also, and all the speakers were alluding to, with the evolution of this technology and the exponential growth, there is significant amount of volume of data being created. So it's obvious that human intelligence cannot accommodate this volume of data. So we have to use and adopt technology to support us in driving insights with this data. So what I have experienced is that the accountancy and finance professionals have an end-to-end understanding of businesses because they are dealing with the financial statements process as well as they are dealing with the day-to-day transactions of organization. So, but whilst understanding that, also what I have experienced is that sometimes when it comes to technology and digital, most of the time this is being kept as something to do with IT or IT professionals per se. So sometimes when organizations and the professionals itself in the accountancy and finance, when they try to adapt technology, they try to adapt technology as a solution rather than understanding the problem that they're trying to address. So with this lack of understanding of the problem, if they're trying to adapt the technology, I think that is not going to drive the intention of adopting technology for business. Because we see that technology is not driving change, but we as humans should drive change, and technology is going to be an enabler in this. So the second point I would like to just to connect with this is that with this change in the technology, I see that Mr. Mali Jaising and Mr. Johan Pereira also alluded, all the big four firms are investing significantly on the technology and digital assets to change the drive on behavioral change with regard to how we deliver our services. And in the business models also are also changing with this adoption of technology. So one of the biggest opportunities that I see for accountancy and finance professionals is to be transformation leaders, because they have a significant asset with them, knowing the business end to end. And if they can drive insights using this enormous volume of data and then connect it with the business and also use technology to drive the change in the organization, I think they can be business transformation leaders in our organization. So that's in a summary. What to you, Dr. Lakshan? Thank you.
Very important points, especially for the profession. We know the importance of the technology and the importance of the digital transformation. The digital quotient is important for the professions in the field, but sometimes the application and the working with them and using them to create value is not an easy task. Mr. Manil, what challenges are faced, or if it is in the future will be faced, by the accountancy and finance professionals in embracing the digital transformation?
Thank you, Doctor. As I alluded, actually, accounting as a profession, I don't think was ever meant to be a profession where you are going to put your head inside a bunch of data or a bunch of documents. It was never that. Accountancy, in my view, is a profession which deals with an end-to-end, from strategy creation to strategy formulation to reporting that strategy to that whole value chain is done by accountants. However, unfortunately, as human beings, we tend to go for the easy, the low-hanging fruit. The low-hanging fruit is, maintaining records, keeping these records, reconciling these records, and that kind of thing. But to my mind, if you look at your curriculum and the knowledge that we give to our professionals, that is not what we give. We give the higher-end value creation type of thing. So as I alluded to this, but this whole digital transformation also has a big challenge to the profession. That is, how do we reskill and retool our existing membership? Now, for example, CA has about 6,000 members. Now, some of these members have come through or qualified at various points of time, right? So their knowledge may be at varying levels. So first of all, how do we get them up to speed? Now, that is one thing that we do through CPD, which is the continuing the learning approach. So that is one strategy that we have to answer one of your questions. What should be the accounting profession do to embrace this digital transformation? The next thing is, I think many speakers before also mentioned, data is the new oil of the world. And interpreting this data, the accountants are the best placed people. But obviously, there are certain skill sets that is required. I think Johan also mentioned about data analytics and things like that. There are certain skill sets that is required. So that is that continuing knowledge enhancement that has to take place. Right? I think the keynote speaker alluded to a very important point. These are not the only things that an accountant needs to be done, needs to have. So they need to have the technical knowledge. They need to have the business knowledge. They need to have leadership skills and personnel. Now, we focus only on one thing, technology. Technology is critical in today's environment, no doubt about it. Data is also critical in today's environment. But these other aspects about this whole thing about, the ability to tell a story, ability to convince another one, emotional intelligence, all that is also very important in this whole equation. So there is an element that professions like ours have to ensure that our members are upskilled all the time, because the currency of knowledge and currency of some of these things are very short-lived. So continuous learning becomes a critical factor. Next thing is we also have to tell our profession and members how to evaluate risks. All these new things also enhances and opens ourselves to all sorts of new risks. Now this whole equation about digitization has opened up, I think as Brian alluded to, cyber risk. There is a lot of attacks that are taking place. We have got away from a nice controlled environment into the world. We have opened out, working from home. I tell some of my clients also, working from home, yes, it sounds very nice, but it also opens out to a lot more risks. So today I'm talking here in my house, but then you don't know who else is listening to this conversation, right? So confidentiality becomes a problem. Data security becomes a problem. Then I think, as Professor Samanthi mentioned, this whole thing about governing this whole process is a bigger problem. So all these have to get embraced in this new normal digitalized world. So we are moving towards digitizing this whole thing. I think Brian has mentioned in his presentation about data navigation, business transformation, digital playmaking. All this stuff is all there, right? So from a profession point of view, we also have to equip our professionals, our members, in these new new techniques and new knowledge and new everything, right? This is getting into our new syllabuses or curriculum, but that is for future members. But current membership also needs to get, how should I say, upskilled in some of these areas. So I hope I've addressed your question, Nanda.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Manil, for sharing your experience, your ideas from a big picture, by looking at the strategy, by looking at the risk management, but by looking at the value creation in an organization. Thank you. Next, as the final presentation of the day, I cordially invite Mr. Samantha Disanayake to present the article entitled Role of Tax Agent, Tax Consultant in New Normal under Digitalized Tax Environment. The panelist, or the technical panelist for this paper, is Mr. Johan Pereira. Now we will listen to the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Samantha Disanayake, Senior Deputy Commissioner of Inland Revenue. Today, I am going to present my article on role of tax agent in new normal under digitalized tax environment. My presentation will be outlined as follows: introduction, digitalization of Sri Lankan tax system, 5D concept in taxation and component of tax law, current role and future challenges of tax agent in Sri Lanka, and final thoughts. Let me explain the introduction. Vistas of Prosperity and Splendor is a macroeconomic government plan which introduced in 2019. It consists of so many targets according to the document. SME sector and micro enterprises considered as the driven wheel of the economy. And also it is a 5-year 2020-2025 long-term development plan. This development plan targets 7 targets here, as I explained. First wave of the policy implementation of the government of Sri Lanka came into the ground in 2019 November as the emergency relief plan. Second wave came as the budget 2021. Budget 2021 is the medium-term development plan of the government. When we come to the budget 2021 and economic plans, digitalization of tax system is very important matter. The digitalization of tax system of Sri Lanka started several years ago, but most important process has been started in January 2016 as Revenue Administration and Information Management System. In short, it is recognized as REMIS. REMIS having number of targets. First, REMIS has started as be the best revenue service in the region, and its main targets are create efficient and effective automated tax system for Sri Lanka and also make it accountable tax environment. It covers number of activities in taxation like registration, online tax payment and return filing, etc. Budget 2021 introduced new process for the taxation. It is going to amend the law amendments for online tax administration. From 1st April 2021 onwards, e-filing will be mandatory for all the companies. On the other hand, using of the tax identification number is compulsory for all tax-related transactions. Regarding Inland Revenue Department, government will focus on the improving self-compliance and increase audit process. They are designed by the legislator. Taxpayer always think about the tax burden. Therefore, they tries to reduce their tax burden. Tax agent provide the consultation for tax planning for the taxpayer. Where any dispute arises between taxpayer and tax administrator, then role of tax adjudicator comes into the ground. Tax adjudicator do the duty of the interpretation of the letter of law using the tax administration rule. In any tax system, we can recognize 5 components in the tax law. Act passed at the Parliament, Gazette notification issued by the Minister of Finance or head of the Revenue Authority, paper notices published by the relevant authorized people, tax rulings issued by the ruling committees, and also cases decided by Appeal Court and the Supreme Court. Who is the tax agent? As per the Remis Gazette, Extraordinary Gazette number 1991/35, 2nd November 2016, which relates with the Section 270 of the Inland Revenue Act number 10 of 2006. Tax agent means an agent who is appointed by the taxpayer to interact with the Commissioner General on behalf of such taxpayer to prepare returns and schedules in respect of any type of tax administered by Commissioner General of Inland Revenue for the purpose of e-service. Then it is very much clear there are tax matters for taxpayers and handle the all taxes like income tax, VAT, NBT, ESC under Remis. When we come to the current role of the tax agent, we can see there are highly qualified people, partly qualified people, and non-qualified people in the profession. The reason behind that is no proper monitoring mechanism for those people. Therefore, we can see that no code of ethics or rules designed for them. As a result of that, who are the professionals having code of ethics with them, like chartered accountant and attorney at law? They utilize their code of ethics as the self-governing rule for the taxation purpose also. Inland Revenue issue the tax return with the responsibility of the taxpayer and the tax agent, and also there was a process of that signing tax return by tax agent as a mandatory provision. But without considering that mandatory provision for that, the tax consultants behave. And also recently we can see the legal provisions are available with the Inland Revenue to monitor the tax agents. Therefore, what are the challenges with the tax agents now? You can see tax agents who are not ready to survive with the digitalized environment, then they cannot do their business in the country, and therefore they will be disappear from the system. On the other hand, there are legal provisions in the Inland Revenue which can be imposed against taxpayers, tax agents, and even tax officials using the criminal proceedings. In that, COVID-19 pandemic improved the usage of information technology in taxation. On the other hand, Remis is the developed IT-based platform to improve the tax compliance in Sri Lanka. Tax agent and tax consultant should be equipped with the technology to process tax-related matters under Remis. And also, tax agents should be ethical to follow these new initiations with the Inland Revenue and not to challenge them at the court. On the other hand, regarding using of the tax identification number or TIN in every and each transaction which are related to ground as proper document, it is too early to discuss. And finally, I can highlight that after introducing all the legal proceedings, legal provisions for new digitalized tax environment, that means after creating legal background for fully digitalized tax environment, the role of all member in 5Ts or 5T concept, which I explain as my model, will be changed. Therefore, tax agent, taxpayer should be vigilant in doing tax matters with the REMIS as digitalized platform, and also and tax administrators. Therefore, the role of the tax adjudicator will be enlightened. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saman, for making a good presentation. The government of Sri Lanka has introduced REMIS in 2016, and the Inland Revenue Department has been making some steps to make some improvements to the system. Introduction of an automated system or with the support of the technology, making the tax system easy is very important in a country. This tax collection, tax administration is very important. The revenue is utilized in the development of the infrastructure, and it is very important to the development of the country. Mr. Johan, what is your idea about the importance of having an automated tax administration system process in the country?
Yeah, Dr. Lakshan, I think people will appreciate the fact that we have launched REMIS right now with the pandemic, right? But to answer your question, the main objective of an automated tax administration is to enhance compliance, increase ease of monitoring, and transparency. I would say the benefits of automation can be viewed from the perspective of tax administrator as well as a taxpayer. For tax administrator, obviously, there's ease of monitoring, paperless compliance, real-time update of data, ease of planning and budgeting revenue forecasts, transparency, and ability to link other important government authorities for collaboration. I'm referring to Director General of Customs and Commissioner General of Excise, and ability to encourage self-compliance. If you look at the benefits from the view of the taxpayer, it's mostly time management. There's no physical travel to office required for online filing of return payments. Ease of compliance would allow business to spend more time on their business activities. Enhance the spirit of self-compliance and simplified process in filing returns online. So there are benefits for both the tax administrator as well as for the taxpayer.
All right. Your ideas, your thoughts are very important. Those we can utilize in our knowledge transferring process. Thank you very much. With that, we have reached the end of the technical forum of the ICARE 2020. The expectation of the Department of Accountancy is to bring together the practitioners, the professionals, the researchers, and the academicians. Bring together all these parties and try to help the others. In this situation, our expectation is to support, to overcome this COVID pandemic and to come back to the normal in a better way. That is the expectation of this discussion today. I appreciate all the thoughts, ideas, sharing experiences by the technical panelists, as well as the contribution made by the paper presenters and authors representing various institutions. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Over to you, Kaushalya.
Sir, this is the end of this fruitful discussion forum, and we highly appreciate the participation and valuable contribution of our panelists and the moderator. With that, we invite you all to join with the 3 academic sessions using the provided Zoom links. Thank you all.
The knowledge I gained out of the CA program, especially in developing skills and exposure to practical environment, helped me gather confidence in running a business successfully. Today, I'm one of the emerging young entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka.
As an executive in a leading mercantile organization. CA is not only about accounting and finance, it opens up a path to many other functions within an enterprise.
As an executive in one of the largest export-oriented groups in Sri Lanka. My role is mainly focused on taxation. CA Sri Lanka provided me with the required set of skills and abilities to advance and grow in the corporate world.
The CA program has provided me an excellent opportunity where I could build on my talent to progress further in the field of accounting. I work in one of the largest conglomerates in Sri Lanka. My CA qualification has enabled me to successfully overcome any business challenge thrown at me. I'm trained to maintain the trust and confidence of all stakeholders.
We as chartered accountants lead the corporate world to make a better Sri Lanka by assisting the boards to formulate strategies and, importantly, taking effective measures to execute the same.
Accountants are key team members of any organization. Today, their role is very different to that of keeping financial records. They are business partners driving strategy and supporting all commercial decision making. A commercial chartered accountant is a key driver of a successful sustainable enterprise, and they play a huge role in our business.
ලංකාවේ චාර්ටඩ් ඇකවුන්ටන්ට් කෙනෙක් හැටියට ඉගෙන ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් මම හිතන්නේ ඒක තමයි ජීවිතේ ලබන්න පුළුවන් ලොකු ජයග්‍රහණය. මොකද ලංකාවේ චාර්ටඩ් ඇකවුන්ටන්ට් කෙනෙකුට ජාත්‍යන්තරේ පවා රස්සාවල් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඇයි මම අපේ ආයතන ඇතුළත මේ චාර්ටඩ් ඇකවුන්ටන්ට්ලා 100කට වඩා වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් ඇතුළේ තියාගෙන ඉන්නේ. මොකද ඉස්සර වගේ නෙවෙයි චාර්ටඩ් ඇකවුන්ටන්ට් කෙනෙක් පිටිපස්සේ ගණන් හදන එක නෙවෙයි දැන් කරන්නේ. ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි ඉස්සරහා වසර 10ක් කොහොමද මේ කම්පැනි එක අරන් යන්න පුළුවන් කියලා මේ ප්ලෑන් කරන්නේ ස්ට්‍රැටජිස් හදන්නේ මේ හැම දෙයක්ම කරන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ අපිට බෝඩ් මීටින් එකකට උනත් ගොඩාක් කන්ට්‍රිබියුෂන් එක කරන්නේ මේ චාර්ටඩ් ඇකවුන්ටන්ට්ලා. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා ඕගොල්ලන්ට චාර්ටඩ් ඇකවුන්ටන්ට් කෙනෙක් වෙන්න පුළුවන් නම් ජීවිතේ ලබන්න පුළුවන් ලොකු ජයග්‍රහණයක් කියලා.
Kami kepada kita ni, kang aran ni. Right.
Can you all switch on your camera, please?
They say everything is
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the 5-minute competition of our undergraduates. This time also, after several rounds, we selected 5 student researchers out of 120 students considering different criterion. With that, to proceed with the 5-minute presentations, I would like to hand over the session to Mr. Lalita Silva, Lecturer, Department of Accountancy. Over to you, Lalita.
Thank you. Very good evening to all of you. I warmly welcome you all to the 5MT competition of ICARE 2020. Before starting the session, I would like to introduce the distinguished panelists to the session. The panel chair, Dr. M.A.T.K. Munasinghe, Senior Lecturer, Department of Accountancy, and the panel members, Dr. G.M. Mudit Sujeeva, Senior Lecturer, Department of Accountancy, Mr. M.D. Pubudu Kaushalya, Lecturer, Department of Accountancy. Dear Madam and Sirs, I warmly welcome you all to the session. In this session, there are 5 student presenters who have been selected out of 120 students considering different criteria. With that, I wish all the very best for all the presenters and hope this would be a very interesting session for you all. Now, I would like to hand over the session to our session chair. Over to you, madam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lalita. Good afternoon, all. So this time also we have organized this students conference in parallel with our main conference, ICARE. As you all know, this is a very tough competition for our students. So there are 120 students. Out of that, 20 students have shortlisted for this competition. And of that also, we have been able to give a chance only to 5 students. So this time we have 5 students presenting their research. Without taking much time, I would like to invite the first presenter, Ms. Shalini Jayatilaka. The paper is titled Impact of Intellectual Capital on Financial Performance of Consumer Service Sector Companies listed in CSE.
Temporary. You can build a palace overnight, only to find that the next day there is an earthquake. You can invest in the most profitable company, only to find that the next day the stock market has crashed. You can start a new venture with the latest technology, only to find that somebody else has started it already. So, certainty cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, we must try to focus on what lasts in the long run. When we were small, our parents and elders used to say, anything can be robbed from us except for one thing, and that is none other than knowledge. Bill Gates can be robbed of all his money overnight, but no one can have access to what is inside his brain, his knowledge, the way he thinks. So, don't you think that investing in intellectual capital is the smarter choice? Benjamin Franklin once said, investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Intellectual capital is the sum of employee knowledge, expertise, organizational processes, and other intangibles that contribute to a company's bottom line. Even though intellectual capital is a critical aspect of the business, managers ignore it when valuing their firms. Intellectual capital doesn't even appear on the company balance sheet. Therefore, it's really important to examine the changes in intellectual capital when designing strategies, as most of the company decisions depend on the financial performance. So for that, to examine the impact of intellectual capital on the financial performance, first we must know what comprises intellectual capital. Human capital, structural capital, relational capital as a whole comprises intellectual capital. Secondly, how intellectual capital is measured. Most of the prior researchers, they have used a model called value-added intellectual coefficient, or white model for that. Thirdly, will intellectual capital increase the financial performance or will it decrease the financial performance? And what is the correlation between the intellectual capital components? For my study, 20 companies from the consumer service sector of Colombo Stock Exchange were selected based on the highest market capitalization and availability of information in the annual reports for a period of 8 years, covering from 2012 to 2019. Return on equity, earning per share were used as dependent variables to measure the financial performance, and structural capital efficiency, capital employed efficiency, and human capital efficiency were the independent variables that measured intellectual capital. Moreover, leverage and firm size were used as the controlling variables. After analyzing with the use of descriptive statistics, correlation analysis, and multiple regression analysis, results showed that intellectual capital has a significant positive impact on the financial performance, and also human capital played a major role in those companies. This will provide useful insights to the top-level positions of the consumer service sector to make efficient, effective economic decisions regarding their company profitability, their employee knowledge, their skills, and many more. So, my point is that if the measurement, management, and the disclosure of intellectual capital made mandatory, it will provide management so many competitive advantages, and management can get a precise picture about their firm's financial performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Shalini. The next paper discusses about the effect of firm-specific characteristics in financial leverage, evidence from listed companies in Sri Lanka, and presented by Mr. Semira Nanakara.
You are an entrepreneur. You need funds to expand your business. What option do you have? You have your savings or obtain a loan from bank. However, all these are depends on personal factors. Similarly, organization needs to finance their asset. They have two options: equity finance or debt finance. The mix of debt equity called as financial leverage. Then puzzle came in my mind. How company determine debt equity mix and what factors influence on this decision? Scholars argue that firm-specific characteristics influence on financial leverage of companies. However, prior researches are provide mixed findings and inconclusive evidence. Therefore, this study examines impact of firm-specific characteristic on financial leverage of listed company in Sri Lanka. For this purpose, I used a statistical model to test 100 listed companies over 8-year period. After analysis my data, I found firm size, firm age have positive impact to financial leverage. Profitability has negative impact to financial leverage, and asset tangibility has obtain a loan from bank. However, all this study examines impact of firm-specific characteristic on financial leverage of listed company in Sri Lanka. For this purpose, I used a statistical model to test 100 listed companies over 8-year period. After analysis my data, I found firm size, firm age have positive impact to financial leverage. Profitability has negative impact to financial leverage, and asset tangibility has no relationship. Now I feel you want to hear implication of my research findings. This research more important to managers decide their financial leverage based on firm specific characteristic, and these findings more important to company management and policymakers to develop their strategies to increase firm value, firm performance by considering firm specific characteristic and impact on financial leverage. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Nanakara. Sorry for the technical interruption. So when we work with virtual environment, we have to always face those stuff. So next, I will move on to the next presenter, Miss Pasindi Devmini. She's going to present her research. Research is studying the relationship between financial management practices and performance of SMEs in Sri Lanka. Yes, Pasindi.
Can we, Sri Lanka, become a developed country? When I was little, we were taught that Sri Lanka is a developing country. But even after passing more than 20 years, still we are a developing country. Why? What is the reason behind that? If a company employed less than 300 employees and not exceeding 750 million annual turnover, that company recognized as small and medium enterprises in Sri Lanka. Small and medium enterprises are the backbone of an economy. It covers a large part of the economy. According to the National Policy Framework for Small and Medium Enterprises Development by the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, it is more than 75% of all business. If small and medium enterprises perform well, that would contribute significantly to the development of the country. But due to certain constraints, that is not happening in Sri Lanka. Previous literature identifies financial management as one of the major factors that are affecting to the performance of small and medium enterprises. Therefore, my study attempted to find out the impact of financial management practices of small and medium enterprises on their performance. Many researches have been conducted around the world on small and medium enterprises. This research conducted for small and medium enterprises in Gampaha district. Accordingly, I selected 3 financial management practices in my research. First, working capital management. It includes cash management, receivable management, payable management, and inventory management. Second, capital structure management. It is the combination of debt and equity, such as bonds, loans, common stock, preferred stock, retained earnings, and short-term debt. Third, accounting information system. It is the nature of the business accounting system and nature of the recording transactions. The objective of this research is to determine the relationship between working capital management, capital structure management, and accounting information system on firm performance. 100 small and medium enterprises in retail industry were selected for this study based on purposive sampling technique. Data was collected using self-administered questionnaires and analyzed using statistical package for social science. Further, descriptive statistic, correlation analysis, and multiple regression analysis was done to test the results. Finally, it was found that small and medium enterprises which complying with good financial management practices are well performing compared to those who are not complying with good financial management practices. Not only that, small and medium enterprises need to improve financial management practices in order to improve their performance. In a nutshell, if we improve small and medium enterprises' performance, ultimately it will lead our economy to a significant growth level, thereby transforming Sri Lanka into a developed country. So, why are we waiting for? Thank you.
Thanks, Pasindi. Next, we will listen to the presentation of Tushar Piris. He's going to brief his presentation about stock market reaction to audit opinion, evidence from listed companies in Sri Lanka.
Shareholder of a company, that you have invested your money or savings at the share capital of that company. Once you made the investment, can you directly involve with how your money managed or utilized for the company's operations? The answer would be probably no, because the directors are the ones who represent the shareholders' interests, and they hire the managers and work with them to balance competitive forces from profit and the growth of the company. But we all know that the business world is full of conflict of interest. This taken place when managers serve their personal interests rather than keeping up with their professional responsibilities. Simply, this creates a conflict of interest between the managers and the shareholders. So, what would be the solution for this? This is where auditor comes into play. They perform audit procedures on companies' financials and give their opinion through the audit report, which contain certain set of technical words. But it may not be understandable by some typical investors. I think you all know what happened to Arthur Andersen, one of the biggest audit firms in early 20th century. In simply, they failed. They failed to perform their duties as an auditor. This kind of incidents creates a debate over the importance and the necessity of the audit report. Even auditing is mandatory in most countries in the world. But some people say it is not the only reason, because some investors do not understand the information content of the audit report. And some investors do not pay much attention to audit report when they make investment decisions. So, do the investors really consider the audit report as an information source? This is where my research comes in, to see how an audit modification affects on investment decisions made in Colombo Stock Exchange. To understand the impact, I analyzed abnormal changes in share prices when auditor modified the audit report. For this, I use short event study methodology, which is being considered as a very powerful tool to analyze sensitivity to public information. For this purpose, in Sri Lankan context, the most suitable event date is the date delivering annual report to the Colombo Stock Exchange, because the audit report will be declared to the public along with the annual report on same date. For the analysis, I considered 40 per-year observations from 30 unique companies listed in Colombo Stock Exchange between 2015 to 2019. But to mention, I considered only the first-time audit modification to test the impact of new information, because in subsequent years after an audit modification, the audit report may have less importance. My result shows that significant drop in share prices when auditor qualified the audit report. But when auditor issued unqualified audit report with emphasis of matter paragraph related to going concern or financial distress, the share prices did not show any significant deviations. As an overall conclusion, the qualified audit reports do have information content for investment decisions made in Colombo Stock Exchange. Finally, I expect all the auditors, creditors, investors, and all other general users of the financial statements will use conclusion from my research to understand how investors react to audit modifications and to evaluate how fast they react to audit modifications. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tushan, for the presentation. So with that, we have now reached to the final presentation. That is delivered by Ms. Lalindra Tilakaratna, and again from the intellectual capital, the impact of corporate governance on intellectual capital in Sri Lankan listed companies. We will listen to this presentation.
As we know, with the development of the technologies, things change rapidly in the business world. Due to this situation, now competition in market is very high. Imagine that you are the manager of the company. With this competition, now you are facing many difficulties in increasing the profitability of the company. Then you think about how to gain a competitive advantage, because now the competition is very high. As a manager, you think that resources are the main thing in the value creation process of the company. If you improve the efficiency of resources, you can gain more advantages that others do not have. And eventually, it's reduce the cost of production and increase the profit of the company. But there is a question. As a manager, When you improve the efficiency of resources, would you give attention to the efficiency of non-physical or intangible resources like knowledge and intellectual capital? Intellectual capital is an intangible asset in organization that brings about future benefits. It is one of well-generated resource and provide the information on organization capability. It is not only about the intellect of human beings. When we consider in of value addition of organization, there are three components of intellectual capital. First one is communicative capital, and second one is human capital. Third one is structural capital. So the purpose of my study is to investigate the impact of corporate governance on intellectual capital efficiency in Sri Lankan listed companies. When we focus in the studies in global context related to this area, shows various results. So what about Sri Lanka? Yes, they also have various findings in Sri Lankan context, but with limited studies. Therefore, there is a significance of studies whether there is a relationship between corporate governance mechanism and intellectual capital efficiency in listed companies in Sri Lanka. The prime objective of this study is to investigate the impact of corporate governance on intellectual capital efficiency in Sri Lanka listed companies. The research collected data from annual reports from 2015 to 2019 of 100 listed companies in Sri Lankan Colombo Stock Exchange and used descriptive statistics to provide the overall picture of the data analyzed. Also used multiple linear regression to identify how CEO duality, board size, board independence, audit committee independence, and audit committee size affect the intellectual capital efficiency. To measure the intellectual capital efficiency, used value-added intellectual coefficient model. So the overall result showed that there is a significant impact on corporate governance variables on intellectual capital efficiency. Based on the finding of this study, we can identify that if company has a CEO duality, it helps to increase the efficiency of intellectual capital. Furthermore, corporate governance components are drivers of intellectual capital that lead to creation of value for stakeholders. Finally, we can justify that the adoption of internal controls such as audit committees and independence of board of directors and the separation of the role of chairman and CEO improve the quality of decision about intellectual capital and its performance. At last, it will help the organization to gain a competitive advantage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lalindra. With that, we have ended the students' presentation. So all presentations were very attractive. The good news for you all is, one of the best papers will be selected and it will be announced at the concluding session of the main conference. Let me congratulate all these students for successfully conducting their research studies in the final year and also to progress their research in the future studies as well. So let me thank the panel members for contributing as judges in this session. So with that, I will hand over the session to the main conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, can you stay with us for a minute?
Yeah, sure.
I would like to have an overall comment on the student presenters. Can you, Madam, give us an overall comment on the session?
Yeah. Actually, this 5-minute competition, this was introduced last year as a value addition to students conference, and this year we are conducting this for the second session. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a great competition for our students. So out of 120 to be selected for 5 is very difficult. So when we go through all these 5, it was all 5 were very competitive. They were very attractively prepared and presented. And the thing is, when we select out of these 5 for a best paper, we will be giving a main concern of this competition. So when it comes to this 5-minute competition, it's a version of 3-minute competition that is conducted internationally. And the key feature of this competition is to judge the student's capability in communicating his or her research idea to non-specialist audience, that is non-subject specific audience. On that ground, so we are selecting the best paper. So when it comes to all 5 papers, the presentation slides were very attractive. Everybody could understand what they are trying to present. So it will be like very difficult task for us to select the best paper. So I wish so you can keep on improving these research studies. Actually, like if you have already finished these studies, even the data collection and the findings, you could have been improved this research into a more communicating tools to present your research in a more attractive way than this. But considering the stage of research in the studies, so we are very much happy about your presentations. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, madam. And thank you for your valuable insights. And we hope that your constructive comments will enhance the research work of our undergraduates. And also, I would like to pay our gratitude to all the panelists also. And with this, it bring us to the end of the 5MT competition of ICARE 2020. And please stay with us for the closing ceremony of ICARE 2020. And please be noted that the winners of 5MT competition will be announced at the closing ceremony. Thank you.
To announce that the Department of Accountancy has successfully completed the 6th International Conference for Accounting Researchers and Educators, ICARE 2020, under the theme of Reimagine Business Models with Digitalization, Role of an Accountant in New Normal. Now, it's time to announce the best 3 papers of ICARE 2020 and the winner of 5-minute competition. To announce the names, I would like to invite Dr. Kamal Tilakasiri, Head Department of Accountancy, Chair, ICARE 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to announce the best papers and the winner of the 5MT Students Competition of ICARE 2020. Best papers are paper title Exploring the Rationale for Integrated Report Assurance in Sri Lanka, presented by Mr. H.M. Roshan and W. Herath. Second, paper titled Taxation as a Fiscal Tool in Developing SMEs in Post-COVID-19 New Normal Economy, presented by Mr. Damit Gangoda Vilage. Third, paper title Corporate Transparency and Firm Value, Evidence from Sri Lanka, presented by R. Niruja. Let me announce the winner of the 5MT Students Competitions of ICARE 2020. Winner of the 5MT Students Competition is Mrs. Lalindra Tilakaratna. Congratulate to winner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations to all the winners. To formally conclude the conference, I would like to invite Dr. Vasanthi Madura Peruma, co-chair of ICARE 2020, to deliver the concluding remarks.
Good afternoon, all distinguished guests and my dear colleagues, students, and the ladies and gentlemen. I believe during all the day, all of us have obtained a fruitful discussion in the 6th International Conference of Accounting Researchers and Educators, ICARE 2020, under the theme of Reimagine Business Model with Digitalization, the Role of an Accountant in New Normal. And now it falls to me to offer a closing remarks before we end today's conference. I would like to firstly take this opportunity to thank our panelists very much for their time today and providing such an excellent thought-provoking speeches and discussions. Thank you for the moderators, panelists, members, and other guests for sharing your knowledge with us. We have learned a lot from our keynote session delivered by the Professor Tracy Andy Silva. And thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us. And then she shared very valuable information with us. I'm still thinking what Professor Tracy Ann mentioned, whether do we do same thing differently or whether do we do different things under the COVID-19 pandemic situation. It's a good point for all of us to think about. Similarly, there are 6 invited speakers who have shared their knowledge through our ICARE magazine. Once again, on behalf of the ICARE 2020 committee members, I'm very much thankful to you all for delivering such an important materials so that all of can deepen our knowledge on how accounting and auditing firms can respond to the COVID-19 crisis and pivot their practices for sustainability and growth. Furthermore, I would like to thank our panelists who have joined this conference from reputed accounting and professional auditing bodies, and they explain clearly what is the role of accountant in addressing the impact of COVID-19 on business practices and the preparation of financial statements, and recognize how to reimagine business model with digitalization. They all summarize that blockchain, cloud, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity have been identified as the technologies that are especially relevant today, who need to be hybrid professionals. Some moderators and the speakers argue that how big data analysis can be used to optimum bottom line. Some moderators shows how to improve productivity by adopting digital transformation to help optimize cash conversion, prevent delays in accounts, transformation to help optimize cash conversion and account receivable, and reduce inventory turnover. Again, it will be very helpful to support business continuity now as well as in the days to come. I sincerely hope that through the presentation and the discussion afterwards, all of us can contribute to solving the complexities arising from the COVID-19 crisis. Even though the contribution may be small, but it can be valuable. Thank you very much for all the academic paper presenters for sharing your research with us. Also, thank you very much for all student presenters for sharing your research work with us. Although this is the end of the conference process is not over yet. There are some steps that you should be done. First, please revisit your paper with the comments given by the reviewers. Second, we will send you an email regarding the publications. Dear academic paper presenters, based on the reviewers' comment, you can send your publication, your research article for our for journals, which is published by the Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies and the Department of Accountancy. Please revise your paper according to the reviewer's comment and adjust your paper template according to the requirement of the journal in which your paper is going to be published. If you have any queries, please don't hesitate to contact us. The next thing I would like to say, first, there have been, in this conference, we have announced Best Paper Award and the Best Student Paper Award. On behalf of our organizing committee and the ICARE team, I congratulate you all. Lastly, I also wish to thank our media sponsor, Sri Lanka Rupayana Corporation, for helping to ensure the success of this virtual conference. Also, thank you very much for the support team of our technical support team sitting in front of me. Without your support, this accomplishment is really, really impossible. Thank you so much for your support. Finally, I thank all of you for your presentation to this conference, and the Department of Accountancy look forward welcoming you once again next year at the same venue. I would just like to remind you that we do very much appreciate your feedback. Thank you once again, and stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, please be noted that all the conference proceedings of ICARE 2020 will be available online in DOA bookshelf. With that, we have come to the end of ICARE 2020. And to mark the end of today's conference, please rise for the national anthem.
Keep